A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now for the life of Mary Sothern. We so often judge people by what we see them do and hear them say. And so, seeing Cheney the gambler do bad things, we've said, there's a bad man. Thoroughly bad. That's why we were shocked to witness a sudden radical change in Cheney's whole manner when Danny announced that Phyllis was about to have her baby. Cheney and Max were holding Dr. Benson prisoner at the hotel. We're starting to get the governor to raid the gambling house. Cheney wanted to take Benson for a last ride. Max refused to allow it. The two fell into a heated quarrel, and Cheney suddenly whipped out a pistol. Max reached for his, and they would have shot it out. But Danny burst into the room at this moment to get Dr. Benson for Phyllis. Down went the gun. And in the next instant, the plight of Danny and Phyllis, coming of a baby, the beak of the stork, if you will, penetrated those layers of bad and touched God's good in Cheney. He piled everybody into his high-powered gangster car and dashed for the clinic. Down in the little anteroom across the hotel from where a new life is about to begin are four people who have stood about all the suspense they can. Cheney, the tough, gone soft. Max, who was about to wreck Mary's life. Mary, who has every reason to loathe Cheney, but was about lost all faith in Max. And Danny, suffering the pangs of an expectant father. All bound together by that concern for the miracle of life. Suddenly, Dr. John opens the door, and Danny exclaims,
"It's him. It's John. It's all over."
Oh, John.
Wait. Give me a chance.
Oh, John, is it the girl?
Is it the boy?
Give it a low down quick, John, before I collapse.
Well, Daddy wins his bet. Huh? It's the boy, Danny.
Oh, John, I got it. Can I see it now this minute? I can't wait.
How so, John?
Look up. How is she, John?
John, what's the matter?
Oh,
Danny, come here.
What is it, Dr. John?
Danny, I'm going to do everything medical science can possibly do for Phyllis. But there's a chance that might not be enough. I'll do all I can, you know that.
Sure. I know you will, John. Max.
Yeah?
You did this to Phyllis.
Danny, please, you don't know what you're saying.
Oh, how can you stick up for him, Mary, after what he's done to you?
Please, Danny, you're just upset. Now, don't talk that way.
Oh, get away from me. Max has done this to her. Oh, Doc knows it, too, and I know it.
Danny. Won't help things.
Oh, turn me loose.
All right. Let him go, John. Let him go. Let him say what he's got on his mind.
Sure, I'll say it. I'm not afraid. I don't care what happens to me, but if anything happens to Phyllis...
Danny, you're just going to say things you'll be sorry for.
Let him talk, Mary.
No, I'm going to talk. You got mixed up with this rat Cheney here and his gambling gangsters. You belong there. That part of it's all right. You ran Mary and her babies out of their hotel and make room for the gambling tables. That's none of my business. You threw Daddy and me out of our jobs, but I don't care about that. But I do care what's done to Phyllis. Doc Benson told me it was dangerous for Philly to worry and to get excited, but she did. She worried about her no-account brother who never worried about her a minute in his rotten life. Yes, she worried about you, Max, and tried to stop you from going to the dogs, but you didn't care. He kept on going. He kept on worrying. Now it's done this to her. You've done it to her. You're killing my Phyllis, and I'm going to make you pay for it.
Max, you better get out of here.
Yeah, Max, I guess the doc's right. We don't belong in this picture.
Looks like it, don't it?
No, wait. Don't go yet, John. You go back to Phyllis. I'll hold Danny. I don't think you'll mind if I hug him a little. Go on. Danny.
Yes.
There should never be a time, but especially now, it's no time to have any hate in your heart. You want God to help Phyllis, and you can't ask for his love when you feel hate in your heart. Danny, there's nothing around you but love. It was Phyllis' love for you that brought that little baby into the world. It's John's love that's going to do everything possible for Phyllis. And I love Phyllis. If it's Cheney, well, he may not love Phyllis, but that's only because he hasn't met her. But he loves babies.
Yes.
That's why I brought Dr. John over here a mile a minute. And Max loves Phyllis. He wouldn't be here if he didn't love her. And he's just as anxious as you, John, or I that everything will be all right. Oh, but you really know that. Don't you, Dan? Of course you do. Max.
Yeah?
Why don't you and Mr. Cheney go back in the little kitchen and fix some coffee?
Well, I guess we ought to get back to the joint. I mean, the hotel. We gotta...
There's no hurry, Max.
Huh?
I think I could go for a cup of coffee. Come on, Max. I'll make it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Danny, come over here with me and sit down.
Mary, I want to go see Phyllis.
You can't see her now, Danny. You know that. In a little while, maybe, Danny.
But it may be too late, then. Well, you heard what John said. She might die. I want to be with her. I love her.
Of course you love her.
I love her, Mary. I love my Phyllis. Maybe if I'm with her, nothing can happen to her. Oh, I can't stay in here and let her. Look, we've always been together. Nobody's got any right to keep me away from her now. She's going to... Oh, Mary, I don't want her to die. Leave me. She can't. She's got to live. She's got to.
Danny, darling, you mustn't do this. You're letting Phyllis down.
What do you mean?
Well, Phyllis should leave you. It'd mean that she sacrificed her life for your love. She lost her courage and faith then. Phyllis would have given her life for a love unworthy of the sacrifice. You have to have faith, Danny. When we don't understand, we have to have faith. I know. It's been one of the hardest things I ever had to do. Mm-hmm. To keep my faith in Max. I don't understand Max. I don't understand the things he's done to me. So all I can do is to have faith in my love for him. Faith in him. Losing faith would be the end of life for me, Danny. It's the real end of life for anybody.
Doc. Tell me. How's my Phyllis now?
She's speaking, Danny.
But I mean, will she? Well, you know what I want to know.
We're going to have to give her a serum treatment.
Serum treatment? What's that?
Oh, no use explaining, Danny. Trouble is, I don't have that new type serum. And until Chicago sends it to us, it maybe... Well...
Oh. Here comes Sammy.
Is it okay for me to come in, Doc?
What do you want, Kenny?
It ain't what I want, Doc. It's whatever you want. Whatever you need to fix up the kid's little lady.
Don't know what you're getting at, Kenny.
What were you going to say, Mr. Kenny?
I heard you talking to the nurse about the little lady needing some kind of serum. Does she need it or else?
Or else what?
I'll put it in English. Does the little lady need this bug juice to live through the ordeal?
So only can.
Doc, is that right?
That's the truth, Danny. We've got to do it quickly.
Ain't time enough for the train to bring it down, huh?
That would be at least 10 hours, and all planes are grounded.
Doc, Danny and Mary, would you have any objections if a hoodlum like me went after that junk for the little lady?
What? You mean you...
Yeah, I got a fast plane at the airport.
But, Mr. Kenny, it's raining. It's terribly foggy.
That's my worry. Do I run the errand or don't I?
If you do it, if you can get back here in 5 hours, it's our chance to save her life.
Okay, Doc. Write me a note to give to the man. And call up the Reverend and tell him to start praying. And it's for you, Squirt.
Me?
Yeah, you. Next time, don't go having babies when Cheney's about ready to open up a gambling joint. Can't you see how it's interfering with my business?
Well, Cheney, as Reverend Blaine would say, God works in mysterious ways his wonders to perform. We hardly expected to see a gangster suddenly transformed into a good Samaritan. But Godspeed. life depends on the pilot of an airplane which at this moment is ripping its way blindly through a fog that is closed in so thickly the pilot can't see to the end of his ship's wing. The man at the controls is Charles Cheney, ruthless gangster suddenly turned good Samaritan when Phyllis, Max's sister, needed emergency treatment following the birth of her baby. When Doc Benson said that Phyllis's only chance for life was a serum and that Chicago was the nearest source of supply, Cheney drove to a pasture south of town where he keeps his plane and took off in a rapidly thickening fog. It was then about 3 o'clock this morning. Shortly after 4, Mary, Max, and Benson, keeping watch at the clinic, got word from Chicago Airport that Cheney had landed, got the serum, and was on his way back to Sanders, but had radioed that weather was getting thicker by the minute. Will he get through? Cheney, wherever you are up there, you've got to get through. A young mother's life is in your hands.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Oh, hello, Casey. I'm sure glad to see you.
Yeah, hi, Ethelbert. Say, what's with Marvin and this me stuff? Huh?
Maybe you can find out. He won't talk.
Huh? Hey, Tony, what goes with you and Herman Chittison and that me noise?
Me. Hey, Herman, will you give me an A now? Me.
First it's me, and then it's give me an A. Well, what's this A business, anyhow?
Why, Casey, A is for Anchor Hocking, the world's largest makers of household glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, The Surprising Corpse. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The living room of a beautifully furnished penthouse apartment.
Mrs. Daybell.
Yes, Marie?
The Comte de Gaston is here.
Show him in.
Yes, Mrs. Daybell. You may go in, Comte de Gaston.
Henriette, my lovely one.
Hello, Leon.
It was good of you to send for me. I kiss your beautiful hand.
Don't.
Henriette.
Come into the library where we can talk privately.
Very well.
Sit down, Leon.
You are mad at me, Henriette. I can always tell when you are chagrined. It shows in your so lovely eyes.
Yes, well, now that we're alone, Count, suppose you drop the phony accent.
Okay, what's the beef?
I've advanced you almost $40,000.
As you're to get it back with 500% interest, you've made a good investment.
I'm not so sure of that.
Henrietta, this silly, bird-brained girl I'm engaged to marry will inherit millions when she's 21, only a year from now. You can't lose. You even took out insurance on my life.
Yes, but only for enough to protect my actual loans to you. You see, Leon, I expect a profit as well, and I won't get that unless you marry Paula Durfee and get your hands on her inheritance.
Don't worry, she's mad about me.
Her uncle, who controls her estate until she's 21, and her brother Arthur are mad at you.
Paula pays no attention to them.
When you drink, you talk too much.
What do you mean?
Several nights ago at the bar of the Yorkshire Club, you told everybody what you really think of Paula Durfee.
Who told you that? I swear.
I have reliable informants in many places, Leon. I watch over my investments, and you're one of them. I've not had a loss so far, and I don't intend to have one in you.
I'm sorry, Henriette. I drink too much, no more.
I don't trust you.
Oh, Henrietta.
And because I don't trust you, I want to liquidate your debt.
Liquidate?
Oh, it'll be to your advantage as well as mine. Would you like to make $100,000 right away? 25% of which goes to me, of course.
Would I?
My plan may strike you as fantastic, Leon, but this Paula Durfee's a little fool. If she weren't, she wouldn't be in love with you and jealous of you.
You're most flattering, Mrs. Zabel.
You've an appointment with Paula today, of course?
At 5 o'clock for cocktails.
Well, don't drink too much before you meet her. And don't tell her this scheme was the idea of anyone but yourself. You must take all the credit.
Go on. Tell me how to get this 100,000.
This is the way, Leon. When you meet Paula, you tell her in your...
Leon, darling, you're not serious about this.
My beautiful Paula, I've never been more serious in my life.
But it's crazy, my sweet. You had too much to drink before you met me.
I have only a few. What is for 5, maybe 6 cocktails?
Where did you have them?
At Luardi's bar.
With some woman?
I am with a man named Casey.
I don't know any Casey.
Casey, nobody who takes pictures for the newspaper. I meet him in this cafe. We have a drink together.
But I don't trust you. You've been seen with other women.
Who sees me with other women?
My brother Arthur has seen you, and my uncle.
They tell you this because they do not like me. Paul chérie, you have proof that I love you madly, that I desire to marry you right away. What I tell you a moment ago is proof of that.
What, that crazy scheme?
It is good scheme. Will you go to your uncle tonight?
I'd never convince him.
You will. Paula, you are a great actress. What drew me to you when first we meet is the drama in you. I say to myself, there is woman, fire, with emotion. She's Bernhardt. She's Betty Grable.
You didn't.
Upon my love for you, I did.
Oh, Leon.
Will you go to your uncle in 2 hours from now and tell him?
Would be exciting.
It is perfect plan.
You thought it up?
Certainly. I have a brain.
I'll do it. Uncle Clement should give me enough for us to get married on, even if we have to trick him into it. Tell me the plan again, Leon. All of it, so when I go to Uncle Clement...
My dear, this is astounding. Devastating.
I couldn't help it, Uncle Clement. I couldn't help it.
Paula, I've tried to take care of you since your parents died. I've tried to shield you. I warned you.
I had to do it. And now you've got to protect me, Uncle. You've got to save me.
I will, child. Take me to this place. I'll do what I have to do.
Why are we turning here, Casey?
Annie, won't you ever learn this town? This is a shortcut back to the office.
Oh, you and your shortcut.
Hey, that car that just passed us, Annie.
What car?
Look at the license number.
Captain Logan, Homicide Squad.
Wait a minute, it's stopping. He's going to park.
Sure is, in front of that brownstone house.
Look, Logan and Sergeant Flanagan are getting out and fast.
They're here on a job, Casey.
Is that it? Let's see what this is all about.
You and me both.
Come on.
What do you suppose they're here for?
What's the use of supposing? We'll know in a minute. Logan just opened the door and walked in. We'll do the same thing.
He probably won't like this.
Well, so what? They're in that room. Hi, pal.
Casey.
Just happened to be passing by. Thought we'd drop in. Good evening,
Hello,
Sergeant.
Hello, Casey. Miss Williams.
Hi.
Well, what brought you two uncouth characters to this swanky church, huh?
Take a look behind this sofa.
Huh? Say.
A dead man.
2 gunshots got him through the head.
Hey, that's the Count.
Who?
Well, Count Leon de Gaston is what he called himself. He was engaged to that dumb little glamour girl, Paula Durfee.
Sure. I've seen her with him around the night spot.
This is interesting.
How did it happen, Captain?
I don't know, Miss Williams. I got a phone call at headquarters from a guy who wouldn't give his name. He said a murder had been committed at this address and that we'd find the front door unlocked. He knew what he was talking about.
Logan, this body's still warm.
Yeah.
I'm going to take some pictures of it.
No, not until I call my tech man.
Now, Logan.
You heard me.
Outside door's open. More visitors.
It happened in that room, Uncle.
Some woman.
Get behind this screen, everybody out of sight.
Show me, Paula.
Paula?
Quiet and keep out of sight.
I can't go in there again, Uncle. I can't.
You must show me where you killed that man.
Oh, please, Uncle Clement.
Show me where and how you shot him.
All right. Leon stood there behind that sofa laughing at me. I took the gun, pointed it at him, and pressed the trigger. Right there is where he stood.
You told me the truth. Where's his body?
No. Oh, no.
We've heard enough. You're under arrest, miss.
I didn't do it. I didn't kill him.
That's not what you said a minute ago.
But I was lying. Leon can't be dead. He just can't be.
Oh, my child.
I think introductions are in order, mister. I'm Captain Logan, Homicide Bureau.
I'm Clement Durfee. This is my niece, Paula.
Oh, Leon can't be dead. He can't be.
It's no use trying to change your story, Miss Durfee.
But what I said was all a lie. I didn't shoot him.
Please.
I didn't. I couldn't. I loved him. The things you heard me say, the story I told my uncle, was Leon's idea.
What did she tell you, Mr. Durfee?
I'd rather not say.
Look, a murder has been committed. You got to.
I'll tell you what I told my uncle, but it wasn't true. I said that I was jealous of Leon, and I came here tonight and shot him, but it was all a lie.
You were jealous of Count de Gaston, weren't you, Miss Durfee? He told me you were, when I was with him this afternoon.
You were with this guy today, Casey?
Mm-hmm, for about an hour at Luardi's bar, and he was getting quite a load on, too.
Well, maybe he told you about the plan he had.
He didn't say anything about a plan.
Go on, Miss Durfee.
All I told my uncle was part of Leon's plan. He said that if Uncle Clement was convinced I'd committed a murder, he'd pay $100,000 to protect me.
Really? How was he to pay the $100,000?
He was to give it to Batson, Leon's valet. Leon said he'd arranged everything with Batson.
And why was he to give it to this Batson?
Well, because Batson would say he'd been a witness to the murder and that he'd gotten rid of the body. And when Uncle came here, he was to see nothing but some stains on the floor that would look like blood. Leon said he'd put them here before he went away and hid himself. And I was to get the money from Uncle and pretend to pay Batson for his help and his silence. And then I was to join Leon at his hiding place, and we were going to be married. I don't know who killed him. I don't know.
I've heard some pretty fantastic stories from murderers, Miss Durfee, but yours tops them all.
Oh, Uncle Clement, make him believe me.
My niece told me this man Batson had promised to take de Gaston's body away, Captain.
He obviously didn't take the body away. Sergeant, we want to see Batson. Get out a tracer on him.
Yes, sir.
There's the front door again.
More people come into this house.
What?
I beg pardon.
Who are you?
It's Batson.
Good evening, Miss Durfee.
Batson, tell them what the Count de Gaston told you to do tonight. Tell them.
The Count told me to do nothing tonight, miss.
He did. He must have. He was going to give you instructions.
I haven't seen the Count since early afternoon, Miss Durfee.
You're lying. You're lying.
Really, miss. I say, what's going on here?
Step back of this sofa, Batson. Take a look.
The Count. Good heavens, he's dead.
Yeah.
But who?
This very imaginative young woman did the job.
I didn't.
You'll have a hard time convincing anyone of that, Miss Durfee. Sergeant, phone the squad now and stay in charge here. The rest of us are going to headquarters.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Logan.
Yes, Casey?
That gal's story is so completely cockeyed, it might be true.
Oh, Casey.
Are you nuts?
Maybe. But I'm getting what feels like a hunch.
Only a few years ago, oven glass which could be used for oven baking, was considered an expensive luxury. Anchor Hocking, with its vast laboratory and manufacturing facilities, changed all that by perfecting a new kind of oven glass, more beautiful than anything that had been known before, guaranteed it for 2 years against oven breakage, and offered it at unbelievably low prices. This new kind of glass is Fire King Oven Glass. You can recognize it immediately by its beautiful pale blue color. A special process makes its mirror-smooth surfaces miraculously easy to clean. Its lighter weight makes it easier to handle. If you've never tried oven glass, why not try it now? Ask for it at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store. Fire King Oven Glass is a product of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
Casey, how in the world? Huh? Now, Grace, look. After all... No, not now. Oh, dear, these women. Now, Casey, as I was saying, how in the world can you think that Durfee gal didn't commit the murder?
That's what I'd like to know, too, Ethelbert.
Look, I tell both of you, I've got a hunch.
It's the kind of hunch I'd hate to bet on.
Well, who's asking you to bet on it?
I've noticed that when Casey gets a hunch that a gal's being unjustly treated, Ethelbert,
She's usually a very good-looking gal. Paula Durfee hasn't got a brain in her head, but she has got looks.
Oh, don't talk nonsense, Anne.
Hey, Walter.
Bring up some more lemons.
Yeah. Huh?
Annie, listen, I'm telling you, it's because that kid is so brainless that I think that she may have fallen for that crazy plan she says to Gastone proposed. And then somebody who knew about the plan bumped the guy off, knowing that she'd take the rap for it.
Casey, you haven't got the slightest basis for that.
Oh,
idea.
yes, I have. Yes, I have. That phone call that brought Logan to Gastone's place.
They ain't been able to trace that call?
No.
Well, a neighbor might have made it, or somebody passing on the street who heard the shots and didn't want to become involved.
Oh, that's possible.
Now,
but I doubt
Casey,
it.
Gastone told you himself that she was madly jealous of him. So tonight she just got too jealous and went bang, bang.
Gastone told me something else this afternoon. As a matter of fact, I've forgotten it up to now. He'd just come from Mrs. Zabel's place.
Mrs. Zabel?
Yeah.
Did you make that name up?
No. Henrietta Zabel, that's her name.
Who's she?
The hard-boiled dame I know. I wonder.
You wonder what?
Mrs. Zabel always has a few of those fortune-hunting guys around her, guys like the Gastone. I've heard she bankrolls them while they're on the make for gals with dough.
Well, so what?
Well, so I'm going back to headquarters and check a little matter with Logan that I neglected to check before.
Captain Logan's in his office, Casey, but he's busy right now.
Somebody with him, Sarge?
Yeah, the brother of that girl who knocked off the gas tone, Arthur Durfee.
Oh, yeah, that Paula kid's his only sister.
Just two of them, huh?
Yeah. Well, Arthur's about 5 years older than she is, I think. He's another case of too much dough.
Uh-huh.
He got his share of the Durfee millions when he reached 21, and he's been spending it.
He's leaving the office now, Casey.
Yeah.
Good night, Mr. Durfee. I deeply regret the trouble that's come upon you and your uncle and your sister. That you must realize that I have a job to do.
Yes, I realize that, Captain Logan.
I can promise you she'll undergo no unnecessary hardships.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, Captain. Tough luck, fella.
Oh, who?
I'm just a newspaper guy. I want you to know that I'm all for your sister. Oh. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
You want to see me, Casey?
Yeah, Logan, yeah.
Come on in. The toughest thing a cop ever has to do is talk to relatives of a prisoner he's shoving toward the chair.
I can imagine.
Mm-hmm. What's on your mind, Casey?
Logan, you traced all phone calls to and from the Gastone's home today?
Yeah.
Did the Gastone make a call from his home not long before he was shot?
Yeah, it's here in the report.
Yeah, to whom?
My Mrs. Henrietta Zabel.
Mrs. Zabel, huh?
Yeah. Lives in a swanky penthouse over on the boulevard.
Yeah?
She's 100%.
100% what?
Well, okay.
What makes you so sure of that?
Oh, I went over and talked to her myself. She admits the Gastone phoned her. Makes no secret about it. Says they were old friends.
Yeah? What did he call her about?
Yeah, she doesn't know. She was out at the time. The maid answered.
Oh. Where was she out at the time the Gastone was shot?
How do I know? I don't ask everyone I talk to for an alibi when I got the killer in a cell.
I don't think you have the killer in a cell.
Are you going to start that again?
Yes, Logan, I am, and you're going to help me prove that I'm right.
Oh.
Logan, look. Now, I've met this Mrs. Zabel, and she's a foxy character. And the Gastone hadn't enough imagination himself to cook up the scheme that Paula claims she fell for. Well, my hunch says that Mrs. Zabel put him up to it.
Casey, there wasn't any scheme.
But you don't know there wasn't. You've got to give that Durfee kid a chance.
What do you want me to do?
I want Mrs. Zabel watched and her telephone wiretapped.
Hey,
You can do it, Logan. You can do it. And be sure it's done by the time that I visit her tomorrow.
So you're going to visit the lady?
Yeah. I'm going to pull a bluff that I think she'll fall for.
Mrs. Zabel will see you in the library, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Casey, madam.
Come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Zabel.
Well, I seldom forget a face, Mr. Casey. We've met before, haven't we?
Well, yes, I've taken pictures of you several times for the Cafe Society pages.
Oh, yes, of course.
May I close this door?
If you wish.
Thank you.
Is it customary for press photographers to require such privacy?
Well, I'm not here as a press photographer.
Oh, then what?
I really want to talk to you about Leon de Gastone.
Well?
I spent over an hour with him yesterday at Luardi's Cafe. He'd been drinking and was talkative.
Really?
Yeah. He told me about the idea you'd given him.
Interesting.
I think the cops would find it so if I told them. They might connect it with a phone call the Gaston made to you shortly before he was shot, while you were not at home. They might wonder who phoned headquarters to report the murder of the Gaston, and they might wonder who really killed the Gaston. What do you think?
I wonder why you haven't told this to the cops.
Because you're a rich woman and I'm a poor guy.
Blackmail.
Well, let's say you do me a favor and I do one for you.
Can you suggest any motive I might have had for committing a murder?
I think the cops might be able to dig one up. A motive, perhaps, that would mean a profit for you or prevent a loss. Okay, Mrs. Zabel. Until tomorrow. Logan, you say she made a phone call right after I left her, huh?
Yeah, but not from her own phone that I had a tap on. She went out to a public booth, so my guys don't know what she talked about.
Oh.
We traced the call she made to Clement Durfee's home.
Paula's uncle. So he's her partner in this scheme.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Look, Logan, look. If you'd just been threatened by a blackmailer who accused you of conniving in a murder that you had connived in, wouldn't your first act be to contact the other party to your killing?
I guess so, but...
Well, Mrs. Zabel fell for my bluff, Logan. Because she framed the scheme that de Gaston and his girlfriend fell for. And she framed it with Clement Durfee.
But why Durfee?
Remember, he handles Paula's estate, Logan. In a year, he'd have to turn it over to her, but with her out of the way...
But why should Mrs. Zabel...
Well, she'll do anything for dough, won't she? And he's paying plenty for what she did. But we'll get them both, Logan. And with the goods. I hooked her today. Tomorrow, when she tries to pay me blackmail, you'll be there to pull her in.
Well, she's a swell-looking woman with a head full of brains, all right.
And that little Paula's a beautiful thing, too.
Excuse me. Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan speaking.
This is Mrs. Zabel, Captain.
Huh? Mrs. Zabel. How do you do?
I'd like to see you as soon as possible, if I may.
Logan, she's all set for a confession.
Shut up. What do you want to see me about, Mrs. Zabel?
Well, I'd like to report the threats of a blackmailer, a press photographer named Casey.
Very interesting, Mrs. Zabel. I'm anxious to hear about it.
Will you come to my home as soon as possible, alone?
Yeah, I'll be there in half an hour.
Then I'll expect you. Goodbye.
You heard that, Casey?
I heard it.
You put something over on her. Wise guy.
And that's a full account of the man's clumsy blackmail attempt, Captain Logan.
And a true account.
How do you know it's true?
No, I know this Casey, Mrs. Zabel. I can figure he'd pull things like you said.
Now, I want to tell you something else.
Go on.
That man Casey was right. I did suggest the plan that Paula Durfee told you about.
What?
Yes, I gave it to Leon de Gaston in detail, and I told him to make Paula go through with it.
Well, then...
No, I didn't kill him. Somebody else made dupes of all of us.
Who's that somebody else?
Telling you won't be so convincing as letting you see and hear for yourself.
Now, look here, Mrs.
This
Zabel.
will be done my way, Captain, or not at all.
Let's hear your way.
Can you install a radio contrivance in my car that will permit you in a car following to hear what's said?
Yeah, my man can.
Then have it done at once, and follow me tonight.
Where's she going in that car of hers, Logan?
I told you she wouldn't tell me a thing, Casey, except to follow her, and we're doing that.
Well, she might give us a word occasionally through that radio gadget you had installed in her car.
Now, she's going to play this the way she wants it. Hey, you know, she is a swell-looking woman, Casey.
Yeah.
Not so young as Miss Durfee, of course.
Oh, no, not nearly as young.
But swell-looking.
Swell-looking.
All right, all right, all right. You both agreed that they're both beautiful
Hey,
gentlemen.
she's slowing down, Logan. She's going to stop.
I'll slow down, too.
Hey, a man's getting into her car.
Couldn't see his face.
Neither could I.
She's starting up again.
Thanks for picking me up, Henrietta.
That guy's voice.
That radio gadget works pretty good.
Quiet.
I didn't want you to come to my house.
Yes, in the car here. I'm sure no one can hear us.
Who's the man, Casey?
Can't get his voice.
Neither can I.
So, Henrietta, you think we are under suspicion of murder?
Yes, and I have no intention of facing a murder charge I don't merit.
You suggested that little plan to the Gaston.
Whose plan was it?
Well, since we're quite alone, it was mine.
But you didn't tell me you really planned to murder Leon. I thought you were only helping me recover my money.
Oh, you know my real motive?
Yes. You wanted a murder conviction and death for your sister.
His sister?
It's Arthur Durfee still.
You see, I've spent my share of the estate, but with Paula out of the way, I'd get her share, too. I couldn't allow a little fool like Paula to get that money when I needed it, could I?
You think you'll get away with it?
Oh, you'll never tell anyone.
What?
You think I'd have said what I have if you were going to live?
Step on it, Logan.
And fast.
I'm stepping.
Look at that car behind us.
What? You cut the ignition.
And threw the key out the window.
What a gal.
I'll say it's all over for him now.
Sure is the car stopping.
Come out of that car, Mr. Arthur Durfee, with your hands in the air.
What's the meaning of this?
We're finishing your perfect plan, fella.
For keeps. And Mrs. Zabel...
Why, Mr. Casey.
I'm going to ask a favor of you. May I kiss you?
Hey.
Excuse me, Annie. Thanks, Mrs. Zabel.
Thank you, Mr. Casey.
Well, I like that.
I was just apologizing, Annie, and congratulating Henrietta.
We'll discuss your methods later, Mr. Casey.
It's now possible to tell almost exactly what Americans think on almost any given subject. An independent research organization recently conducted a poll in an eastern city to find out what kind of containers housewives prefer for foods. An overwhelming majority said that they preferred glass containers, and most of them mentioned these 4 reasons. Glass lets you see exactly what you buy before you buy it. Glass containers are clean and sanitary. They don't affect flavor or purity. Glass containers are easier and safer to open and can safely be used to store leftovers. Now, in the same survey, 8 out of 9 mothers of young babies said they preferred prepared baby foods packed in glass. Most of your favorite food products and all of the better brands of prepared baby foods are now available in Anchor glass containers, protected by tamper-proof Anchor vacuum caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
So Arthur Durfee's in the clink, Casey, and his sister's free, huh?
Yep, Ethelbert, yep. And Logan's treating me respectfully for a change.
I don't know why you had this case all wrong.
Even if Mrs. Zabel wasn't guilty, she led us to the murderer, didn't she?
That's right. She did, and you didn't.
Well...
All you did was push your way in for that apologetic, congratulatory kiss at the end.
My emotional nature got the best of me, that's all.
She's a nice-looking woman, that Mrs. Zabel.
She'll never see 45 again.
So what? Age brings experience. No, but experience isn't really necessary.
Casey, what did that young, good-looking Paula do when they let her out of the pokey?
Well...
Oh, yes, tell him, Mr. Casey.
Ethelbert, she kissed Logan.
And as for you, Ethelbert, what's that on your lips? That looks like...
Me?
Good night, Ethelbert.
Huh? Oh, good night, Grace. Oh, dear, these women.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, a great name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Leslie Woods as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, the world's largest makers of household glass. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. The corpse wore a wig. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. The Corpse Wore a Wig by George Bagby. The very intriguing story of a method of dying that was as deadly as murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was a few minutes before noon, and Inspector Schmidt was already having his troubles in his office at New York City's police headquarters. As a matter of fact, he was having his hands full, rubbing his aching feet. And oh, how they ached.
All right, you bloodless devil, you. Hello, Schmidt talking. What do you want?
Inspector, this is Cassidy.
Cassidy, huh? That's a big help. Which Cassidy are you?
The sergeant, sir. I suppose it's wondering you are what me and Inspector McKee man is doing on one of your cases. We see it's like...
I don't start wondering until I know what you're talking about, Cassidy.
Oh, sure. And it's right you are. You know, the good Inspector McKee went on his vacation last night.
Yes. But what's that got to do with me?
Well, I'm working for you now. Inspector McKee's orders.
Oh, my aching feet.
That's the reason, sir. Well, I'm down here in the coroner's autopsy room. You know that suicide cadaver that was brought in this morning?
I had him brought in. That's Dr. Jeremy Bullock. I wanted an autopsy done.
It's been done. And it was no suicide, Inspector.
What?
Clear and simple. An open and shut case of murder.
Let me talk to the coroner.
Well, he just left a few minutes ago. He got a call to go out on another killing. And he asked me...
Stay where you are. I'll be down as soon as I get my shoes on and learn to walk again. All right, Cassidy. What's this about murder?
There's the mortal remains of Dr. Jeremy Bullock, Inspector Schmidt, on that table. And here's the coroner's report, sir.
Right.
It's enough to make you wonder what people will do next a case like this. In all my 32 years on the police force...
Shut up, Cassidy.
Yes, sir.
Time of death between 11 o'clock and midnight.
Last night.
Contents of stomach, rye, whiskey, and chloral hydrate.
That's a sleeping medicine.
Darn it, Cassidy. There's nothing here that I didn't know before. I found the bottle of chloral on the desk in Dr. Bullock's consulting room. Where does the murder come in?
It was no overdose of medicine that killed him, Inspector.
No?
No, according to what the coroner told me, there ain't enough of that stuff in the cadaver to be cause of death.
Well, why isn't that on the report?
Oh, no, don't blame the poor fellow. He's doing the whole job alone, because the rest of the staff is out giving them smallpox vaccinations.
All right, Cassidy. What killed Dr. Bullock?
He was shot in the head, sir.
What's that?
It's a fact. And at very close range, too. There's powder marks and burns all over.
Are you trying to tell me I looked at that corpse less than 3 hours ago and didn't see a bullet hole in the head?
Well, nobody's seen it, not even the coroner. Till the wig came off.
The what?
Like it was his own hair, it was. The coroner was just about to perform an autopsy on the brain when it happened.
I see.
It was a moment for start-outs. Oh, Inspector.
Right through the top of the head. Where's the bullet, Cassidy?
Here it is. It's a slug from a .25.
Small, huh? But why did this guy need a wig? He's got more hair than I have.
That's the one thing I couldn't understand. The wig he was wearing was the exact duplicate of the hair that was growing right out of his head. That's it on the chair.
Bring it here.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, it's a puzzler, all right. Because there's only blood on the inside of this thing. On the lining.
No bullet hole?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Then Dr. Bullock wasn't wearing it at the time he was killed. It was put on his head afterward.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Cassidy. You'll take a ride uptown to Dr. Bullock's place.
Yes, sir.
This time I'm going to do a complete job on it. And on that cute little nurse of his, too, Miss Teresa Chalmers, if she's still around.
Yes, I heard it first time. What do you want?
Who are you?
I beg your pardon. You always lead with that tone of voice?
I sometimes lead with my left. I'm Inspector Schmidt, Police Headquarters.
Please. Oh, my goodness. Well, come right in. I didn't mean to be brusque. But there's so much to do here.
Yeah.
So much. Oh, dear. I suppose this character with you is a policeman, too.
Why, listen, you...
Hold it, Cassidy.
But he called me a character, Inspector.
This terrible day, this dreadful day.
What are you doing here?
I'm Spencer Talcott, scalp specialist. My salon is just around the corner from here, one flight up. I give treatments for every known variety of scalp disorder. I also give beauty treatments, hair waving, rinses of every description. My salon is a byword.
Have you got a card?
Yes.
Keep it. Now, Mr. Talcott, what are you doing here?
I heard about the horrible tragedy, Jeremy's, Dr. Bullock's suicide. I was in the midst of giving someone a treatment when my assistant, Miss Foley, brought me the news. You can just imagine how I felt.
Not now, if you don't mind.
Jeremy Bullock, suicide. Unbelievable. He was so perfectly balanced. Good heavens, Inspector, what are you doing?
Taking off my shoes. Any objections?
Well, I must say...
Well, don't. So you're a scalp specialist, huh? What do you know about wigs?
Wigs? Are you talking to me?
I hope so.
I don't know anything about wigs. My job is to do everything I can to avoid them for my clients. I am a scientist.
Yeah. Where's the girl?
Would you be crudely referring to Dr. Bullock's nurse?
Where is she, Talcott?
Oh, well, you don't have to shout, Inspector. Miss Chalmers is resting in Dr. Bullock's living quarters. The shock of her employer's unexpected death, I'm afraid.
Tell her to come in here.
Inspector Schmidt, the poor child is just a tangle of nerves. Couldn't you forego the usual procedure?
Get going, Talcott.
Of course. You give me no alternative. If only there were not so many brutes in this world to tell decent people where to go.
And that calls me a character.
Forget it, Cassidy. You notice anything about this place that's out of line?
Only that worm that just crawled out of here. If I were a private citizen without the dignity of a whole department to uphold, I'd show... Why, Inspector, this room is all wrong.
Thanks for the cooperation.
But the furniture's old and broken down. Now, this is a high-class building in a fine high-class neighborhood.
Pretty expensive, huh?
Well, if I'm any judge of rentals, it's more than the likes of me can... Well, I'll be an Englishman.
What's the matter, Sergeant?
Now, what would that dirty, dilapidated moose head be doing on the wall of a doctor's waiting room?
A moose head with one eye and a crack under the chin.
It ain't the sort of thing that gives peace of mind to the sick and the troubled, is it now?
Not exactly, Cassidy. But it is something to wonder about.
Inspector Schmidt.
Oh, Miss Chalmers.
Mr. Talcott said you wanted to see me.
Mm-hmm. Come in. We don't have to talk long distance.
I'm not feeling well, Inspector. I hope you'll understand.
Don't expect him to do anything so human, my dear. I told him exactly how miserable you were, but he insisted
Cassidy.
on...
Yes, sir.
Go through this place and see what you can pick up.
I'll do that, sir.
Start with the consultation room. That's where the body was found.
Yes, sir. The consultation. Well, that must be that room.
Now, Miss Chalmers.
What do you want? I told you everything hours ago.
You told me you came to work this morning and found Dr. Bullock sitting at his desk, dead. That isn't everything, young lady.
What?
I'd like to know more about Dr. Bullock. Why a sloppy waiting room like this, and why that moose head?
I don't know, Inspector.
How long have you been his nurse?
6 months.
What kind of people came into this dump of an office?
All kinds. What are you getting at?
Miss Chalmers, I've been a policeman too long not to recognize a phony setup.
You saw nothing wrong with it this morning.
Bright girl. I wasn't looking for the same kind of evidence.
The same kind... Inspector.
Yes, you're catching on fast. Jeremy Bullock didn't commit suicide.
I knew it. He took an overdose of that chloral hydrate by mistake. I knew he wouldn't kill himself.
You're so right. He was murdered.
Murdered?
Murdered?
You take second money, Talcott.
What of all the ridiculous, utterly
Now
fantastic...
go back to your stall.
What you won't think of next, you policeman? Good heavens.
Go back, Talcott, or I'll have Cassidy give you a scalp treatment.
Oh, good gracious.
I don't believe it. It can't be true.
Somebody dropped enough chloral hydrate into some rye whiskey to put Dr. Bullock to sleep, and then shot him in the head.
In the head? Oh, I know this is a trick. You're only fishing.
The top of the head, Miss Chalmers. Did you ever see this wig before?
No. And what's more... Wait a minute.
Yeah?
That looks like Jerry's hair.
Jerry, huh?
Was he?
No, he wasn't. How long has it been Jerry, Miss Chalmers?
We were going to be married in 2 weeks.
Is that so?
I know what you're thinking. He was old enough to be my father. But I didn't care. I loved him.
Well, there's no law against it. Yet.
Inspector, was Jerry really murdered?
Would you like to see his body again?
Talcott. She killed him. Kate Foley killed him.
Kate, my assistant? Well, you must be out of your mind.
She threatened him. She was here yesterday screaming bloody murder because he was going to marry me.
Don't stop, Miss Chalmers. This is becoming very interesting.
She said she'd kill me, too. That jealous lunatic. She had no claim on Jerry. He never promised to marry her.
How do you know?
Well, suppose he did and he changed his mind. He didn't love her. That's no reason to be murdered.
Yeah. Talcott, would Kate Foley be in your finger-waving paradise now?
Of course. But, my dear Inspector, you can't be thinking that...
I'm going to tell you, huh? Come on, I want to get her side of the story, and quick.
But, Kate, she's one in a million. Expert assistant.
Oh, I almost forgot my shoes.
Dear me. What am I going to do?
Don't say another word. The minute I get into these, I start hating things. All things.
Kate. Oh, Catherine. Miss Foley!
Save your breath, Talcott. The bird has flown.
But she left the door unlatched, and she has appointments.
It could be she's got other things on her mind. Well, where does she live?
She didn't run away, Inspector. Oh, dear, such a splendid assistant. And with just the right attitude.
Miss Foley's address, Talcott.
Yes. It's in my book, right there on the desk. How can you be so unsympathetic?
It's a tough world. Say, this is quite a display of bottles you've got in this cabinet.
Aye? Oh, those, my products.
Talcott's dandruff lotion, Talcott's henna rinse, Talcott's golden rinse, Talcott's hair dye black, Talcott's hair dye brown, Talcott's for dry scalp, Talcott's for oily scalp. You believe in Talcott's, don't you?
Those are my own concoctions, Inspector. I'm a scientist.
Oh, I see. Dr. Bullock was about 55, wasn't he?
About?
And not a gray hair in his head.
Oh, there were many, my good man, many. But thanks to Talcott's hair dye black...
he was able to fool the ladies. All right, let's get back to Miss Foley.
It won't be necessary to go to her home, Inspector. Dear child left this note for me. She's gone to lunch.
Where?
For goodness sakes, how should I know? Miss Foley has a life of her own. She doesn't have to tell me.
What time will she be back?
She has an appointment with a very distinguished Park Avenue matron at 4 o'clock.
That gives me 2 hours.
Inspector Schmidt.
I was just leaving, Cassidy.
Yes, sir. The young lady told me where to find you, and I ran as fast as the leg could get.
What is it?
Well, sir, it's evidence I've located. Real evidence.
In Dr. Bullock's office?
In his file of cases. You know the file where a doctor keeps the records of his patients?
I know.
Well, sir, there was nothing in it. Not one record of a single patient. And that set me thinking...
Sergeant, what about the evidence?
Well, I'm coming to that, sir. It was thinking I was something ain't kosher. And then I looked and I found it in the bottom drawer of the desk. In a medical book.
You found what?
This card, Inspector, with Louis Denby's name and address on it.
Louis Denby?
St. Louis, the slick artist that gave us all the trouble 8 years ago.
But he disappeared. Nobody ever saw him again.
Nobody but the dead Dr. Bullock, sir. Because there's his name and address in the card. And it says...
974 West 52nd Street. Let's go, Cassidy. We'll find out the connection between Bullock and Denby.
Inspector Schmidt.
Now, what do you want, Talcott?
What shall I say to Miss Foley when she returns?
Tell her not to get lost. She's got an appointment with me, too. All right, Cassidy.
Well, what do you know? This fella believes in advertising, doesn't he? Talcott's dandruff lotion, Talcott's hair dye black.
Come on. We've given him enough free time.
Yes. Are we going to pay Louis Denby a visit?
You are. I'm going back to headquarters.
Oh, it's your feet again.
My feet and my head. But in between, there's a hunch I'll do better at headquarters than anywhere else.
Are you having a good lunch, Kate?
Oh, you. Checking up on me, Mr. Talcott?
We needn't be so formal, dear.
With you, how can a girl be otherwise?
I've just done you a tremendous favor and at a great risk to myself.
I'll bet. How much is it going to cost me?
I told the police I didn't know where you were, but of course I knew all along.
Police?
I knew you're a child of habit, that you eat in this dreadful place every day.
What do the police want with me?
A certain Inspector Schmidt is frightfully upset about the death of Jeremy Bullock.
So?
Seems your friend did not commit suicide.
What?
He was murdered.
You're crazy.
Oh, yes. The police have all the proof they need. He was shot.
Oh, no.
Kate, where were you last night between 11 o'clock and midnight?
I was... Say, who appointed you Chief Constable of Madison Avenue?
The police are going to ask you the same question, dear.
Yeah, why?
Inspector Schmidt knows that you threatened to kill Jeremy.
Did I? When?
Yesterday afternoon. He was mad as a hatter because Jeremy threw you over for Tracer.
Oh, so that's it.
Isn't funny, Kate? If anything should happen to you...
It won't.
I wouldn't know where to look for another assistant.
Have some coffee, Spencer, and I'll tell you the story of my life.
Oh, you don't have to.
Oh, but I do. Jeremy Bullock never meant any more to me than you did.
Now, look here, Catherine.
Nothing personal. He was a guy I went out with a few times. I went out with you, too, didn't I? Sure, but did we ever talk of getting married?
Well, not the marrying kind.
Neither was he. He liked women, but too many of them.
Oh, dear, it gets more and more and more complicated. Why did Teresa tell Inspector Schmidt?
Oh, so that's where he got it, huh?
Naturally. Didn't you know?
No, my pudgy little lamb. I thought it was from one of the other 2,000. Well, goodbye for now.
Where are you going?
To choke somebody with a wagging tongue.
But, Catherine, you didn't have your coffee. Oh, dear. I wonder if she put too much sugar in it.
Teresa, darling.
Kate.
So you're still holding down the fort. You're not in the payroll anymore, honey.
You can't come in here.
Prove it. I used to be wrestling champ of the finger waving league. Nobody ever beat me.
What do you want?
A heart-to-heart talk. And yours better be wide open or I'll stop it for good.
You're going to kill me.
Well, that's up to you. Why did you tell the police I threatened to kill Jerry?
Because you did. You said that if he married me...
I know what I said, but why did you tell the police?
What did you expect me to do? Jerry was murdered.
So right away you set me up for the frying pan.
You robbed me of the only man I ever loved.
Oh, that's corny, Teresa.
I don't care what it is. It's the truth. And I'm not going to see you get away with it.
You're not going to see anything, honey, unless you start telling the whole truth.
Kate.
I've put a lot of curls in hair in my time. I wouldn't like to put one in your neck.
Help!
Help! You little fool. What are you trying to do? Start a riot? Say when, and I'll let you breathe again. You've got a lot of talking to do, and you're not doing me any good yelping into my hand. All right. Don't try to catch any more flies.
You almost smothered me.
Almost never counts. Well, shall we talk now?
If there's
When
any...
I came in here last night at 10 o'clock, you ran into the examination room and locked yourself in.
I didn't want another scene with you.
That's not what Jerry told me.
Huh?
He said you were crying.
That's not so.
He also told me that you and he were in the midst of a terrible bust.
What?
He wasn't going to marry you.
Now, see here, Kate, if you're making this
When
up...
I left at 10:15, you were still in the examination room where Jerry kept all his medicines and drugs.
He never had chloral hydrate.
Who's going to believe you?
But I...
It doesn't pay to talk out of turn, does it, Teresa?
I left a few minutes after you did.
Good for you, but who saw you?
Why, the...
No, you're wrong, honey. There was no night watch in this building last night. No doorman.
You can't prove I was here last night, Kate.
That's right.
And if you say anything about it, I'll deny it. It'll be your word against mine.
That's what it is now. About my threat to kill Jerry and about everything else. Now, what were you crying about last night?
It's none of your business.
Oh, please don't be cute. I've been around a long time.
That's too bad.
And I knew Jerry before you did. He told you last night that he never intended to marry you. Shall I go on?
I can't stop you.
He also told you that he was using you to get rid of me.
What? But
I'm a veteran of the same dirty war that licked you. Jerry used that stunt on me to get rid of a previous commitment.
Oh.
So we're two of a kind. You fight for your life, and I'll fight for mine. Maybe, if we say the right things to the right people, we'll both live to a ripe old age.
Captain. We'll put some men to work on it right away. Okay. Now get the board to switch me to the toxicologist. Oh, now what? Hello, Inspector Schmidt talking.
Sergeant Cassidy at this end, sir.
Well, hold it. I'm on the inter-office line. Hello, Dr. Jones. Schmidt. I want a complete story on everything chloral hydrate is used for. Yeah. Get the report down to me as soon as it's ready. Right. Go ahead, Cassidy.
Thank you, sir. It's bad news, Inspector.
You don't say. What is?
I'm calling from Louis Denby's place of business. And it's one of the most remarkable enterprises for an old-time crook I've ever seen.
What about Louis?
He's stretched out in the middle of the floor.
What's that?
In the showroom, sir. And it was a bullet from a .25 that put an end to his lifelong career of crime.
Murdered? Well, I'll be.
Yes, Inspector. I felt exactly the same way about it.
How do you know it was a .25 that killed him?
Well, sir, the bullet went right through his body and packed itself in the wall. He was a very skinny fella.
It was a .25 that killed Dr. Bullock, too. Okay, Cassidy, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Yeah, right through the heart at close range. He's been dead around 6 hours.
Somebody didn't want Louis to talk, sir.
Thanks for telling me. But why, Cassidy? That's the question.
Well, Inspector Smith, it's all in the record.
What record?
Louis. When I came to this little bare room with the mirrors all around the walls, the first thought that came into my mind was, why a bare room with mirrors? So I made a thorough investigation.
Yeah?
It was in that room over there that I found the reason.
Keep going, Cassidy.
A factory where Louis Denby manufactured wigs.
What?
Yes, sir. All colors and all descriptions.
Good Lord. Bullock gets a wig from Denby, and they're both killed by the same caliber gun. We've got to find out why, Cassidy.
Well, sir, it's about that record I was telling you. After I see what the setup was here, I decided to look
Just
around...
Just tell me about the record.
I found it on this card in the drawer of Louis' work table.
Now, let me see it. Dr. Jeremy Bullock, 123 Main Drive, St. Louis. Well, this is a business card.
It's on the other side, the information that might
January 6, 1940, lead poisoning.
In St. Louis.
Lead poisoning. Chloral hydrate, a wig, a moose head. Cassidy, we're almost in.
The table, you say?
Now go back to headquarters, get the St. Louis police on the phone. I want a full report on Dr. Jeremy Bullock up to the time he left the city.
Would you be saying...
Later, if I'm right. Now I've got to pick up some suspects and hold a conference in Dr. Bullock's office.
But, Inspector, my goodness, you must try to understand.
Sit down, Talcott. You make my feet tired.
But you have no right to detain Miss Foley. She has appointments. You're ruining my business.
Don't disturb him, Spencer. I like it here. It's almost like a vacation.
Miss Foley, how long have you been in New York?
All my life, honey. I'm from Brooklyn, and I root for the Giants. Would you call me a traitor?
Don't tempt me. How about you, Miss Chalmers?
I came here from Philadelphia 2 years ago.
You're next, Talcott.
Appointments are going to waste, and you dare hold a geography class.
How about it? Where did you float in from?
I don't float. I'm a native New Yorker. And if you don't stop asking this ridiculous... I'm going to...
Shut up. So none of you has ever been in St. Louis, huh?
What?
And I suppose not one of you ever heard of Louis Denby. Not even you, Miss Chalmers?
No. Who is he?
A man who knew too much about lead poisoning.
What?
I know lots of people who know too much about lead poisoning, Inspector, and wish they didn't.
Thanks, Miss Foley.
Artists and painters.
Would you know what usually happens to them?
Are you kidding? They lose their hair. They even get bald.
But Dr. Bullock didn't get bald, did he?
He didn't have lead poisoning, dearie.
He did, 7 years ago. He had to have a wig.
But Jerry wasn't bald.
No, Miss Chalmers, he wasn't. But he was a terrible mess at one time. What did Dr. Bullock keep in that moose head?
In that... No, nothing.
Huh. Suppose we find out. Do you think this couch will mind if I stand on it?
What are you going to do?
Find out if this crack under the chin was a result of a fight with another moose or the work
Holy angels. Spencer, look, there's a door in the darn thing.
I'm not going to look. It's too disgusting.
Well, what won't Mother Nature think of next?
And I'm not going to stay here while a vandal wastes my precious time.
Talcott.
You have nothing more to say to me, Inspector.
There are two blue uniforms out in the hall. And they're very anxious to go for a ride.
You've got no right to keep me prisoner. I won't stand for it.
Say, Inspector, did that wad of paper come out of that moose hen?
Surprised, Miss Foley?
Well, aren't you? Since when does a moose read newspapers?
From St. Louis. And papers 7 years old at that. But there's something else. A list of some of the worst gunmen in New York. What about these, Miss Chalmers?
I don't know anything about them.
You wouldn't even try to remember, would you?
I said I don't know.
All right, we'll give you a chance at police headquarters.
You're not going to arrest me. I haven't done anything.
No, no one ever does. Come here, Talcott.
What do you want?
So you've never been in St. Louis, huh?
I didn't say that, Inspector. I said I was a native New Yorker.
So you did. Now tell me your name's always been Talcott. What, aren't you going to? Are you afraid of this news photo of a man called Tal Spencer? Who's the image of you?
Well, so I did make a mistake. I did manufacture a hair dye that Jeremy, Dr. Bullock, and other people used that had lead compound in it.
This paper says that you were sued by 128 people and that you skipped town.
Well, naturally. I didn't have enough money to face it. But I'm ready to pay all damages now. Of course, it was a terrible mistake 7 years ago. But you can't hang a man for that.
Not for that, but for murder. Let's take a ride downtown. There's so much I'd like you to tell me about the truth. Yes, Schmidt talking. What do you want?
Sergeant Cassidy, sir.
What? Do you know what time it is?
It's exactly 9:42. I'm sorry to disturb you at home, but
You're sorry. I was giving my feet a hot bath and you dragged me across the living room to the telephone. What for?
Well, I'm still down here at headquarters. I just got a teletype report. Dr. Bullock was no doctor. He lost his license 4 years ago because he...
Patching up the wounds of robbers and gunmen. Yes, that's what he was doing in New York, too.
Oh, my. Why did that Talcott kill Bullock?
His real name was Spencer, and Bullock was blackmailing him.
Oh, that's again.
Yeah. Spencer made up a hair dye in St. Louis that almost ruined Bullock's scalp. It was a big scandal.
One more question, and then I'll be leaving you alone to take care of your feet. How did you fix it on Spencer?
The chloral hydrate. Used as a base in most dandruff remedies, and Spencer Talcott used it in his.
Oh, my. You know, I always say when it comes to beating the police department of our great city of New York, a criminal has to be...
Good night, Cassidy.
Good night, Inspector Schmidt.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, The Corpse Wore a Wig, based on a story by George Bagby. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Cameron Purdom played Inspector Schmidt. Ted Osborne was heard as Spencer Talcott. Barry Thompson was Cassidy. Elspeth Eric was Kate Foley. And Elaine Kent played Teresa Chalmers. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very unusual story of a double cross, but doubled and redoubled with murder. It's called Death is a Genius. In the meantime... Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Sit down, my boy.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry to make you come out to my home with those papers, but I did need them.
That's all right, Mr. Church. Yeah, there they are. If you'll sign them, I'll take them back to the office in the morning.
Very good, Paul, very good. Nothing like having a conscientious assistant, huh?
Thank you.
Have a smoke, boy. Have one here, right in this box.
Oh, thank you.
Wait a minute, I'll light it for you. There we are.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad you came out, Paul. It's kind of lonesome out here in this big house with nobody to talk to except that bodyguard of mine.
Yeah.
Glad you came out, boy.
Oh, thanks. I can't stay. Hey, what?
You should have seen your face.
It's not so funny.
You should have seen your face when that thing exploded. It was wonderful.
Oh, you think so?
It's an old gag, but it still works. That's the funniest thing I ever saw.
Well, it wasn't to me. I don't think practical jokes are very funny.
Oh, you don't, eh?
No.
Now, isn't that too bad? Maybe I don't think a lot of things are funny either. Like what's happening to the books in my office.
What do you mean, sir?
You know what I mean. They've been juggled around. There's been a lot of money taken from my business in the past 6 months, and I didn't take it.
Oh, but Mr. Church...
It had to be either you or Miss Kraft. But we won't go into that right now. Shake hands, boy, so we'll know there's no hard feelings about that little explosion.
All right, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, what
the hand buzzer always gets them.
Oh, yeah?
Well, come over again, Paul. Come over again. And don't worry about that money you've taken from me. I have plenty of time to do something about it. If I decide to.
Can't you stop that typing for a minute, Anne?
Why, sure, I suppose so. Why? Oh, now what?
Anne, something's got to be done about the boss.
Sounds like melodrama.
Now, please, listen.
What'll you bet nothing has to be done about the boss? That you and I are normal people, and that outside of the fact that Mr. Church is a little eccentric with his practical jokes, he's pretty normal, too.
Look, it isn't anything to kid about.
Darling, I'm completely serious. Look, you tell me what's wrong with this situation. You and I have good jobs. We're in love. At least you try to convince me that you're in love with me, and I'm quite sure I am with you. So what's wrong?
Mr. Church knows that there's been money disappearing from his safe here in the office. He let me know he can send me to jail any time he likes.
Oh, no.
That's the way it is, Anne. Now, do you still think nothing has to be done about the boss? Well, do you?
Well, I'm not sure.
And, darling.
Yes.
You know how I feel about you. And nothing will happen to us, providing something does happen to Mr. Church.
Good morning, Miss Deering.
Why, Vance, you're in early. Good morning right back at you. I've got some typing to do, and there's nothing in the mail that would interest you.
District Attorney Markham called?
No, not yet. And Vance,
Yes?
I'm taking judo lessons.
What was that?
You know, judo. It's the science of self-defense where the frailest woman can successfully defend herself against the strongest man. Said that in the book.
The theory being that leverage applied correctly can overcome muscular strength.
Well, that's almost exactly what the instructor told us last night. Here, let me show you.
All right.
Now, look, you're a hold-up man. You sneak up and back of
Do you
me.
mind if I take off my hat first?
You're a hold-up man, not a gentleman.
Very well, the hat stays on. Now, what do I do?
You're a hold-up man, and you're in back of me, but I don't know you're there, you see? Now, come on.
Take him up.
Oh, you scared me. Guess that's the general idea, though, isn't it? Now, I'm supposed to kick back with my heel and get you in the ankle. Oh, Vance,
Yes?
I guess I forgot to mention. You're supposed to stand still.
Oh, I'm sorry. What happens if the hold-up man doesn't stand still?
Well, I guess I'll find that out in my second lesson. Eventually, I throw him over my shoulder, though. Not bad, huh?
Not bad, except for the hold-up man.
Oh, him. Who cares about him?
Never mind, Ellen. I'll get it myself.
Come to think of it, I must remember to ask my instructor what was happening to
Hello.
Vance, Markham.
Hello, my friend. Any nice fresh murders at the district attorney's office needing a first-class solution?
Not at the moment. Anything doing at your place?
Ellen was just trying to throw me over her shoulder.
Well, things are pretty... She was trying to do what?
She's practicing judo. In case a hold-up man sneaks up in back of her, she wants to be able to defend herself and her worldly possessions, which at the moment consist mainly of a wristwatch.
How is she doing with her judo?
If a hold-up man gets near her tonight when she gets home, somebody'd better tell her the time.
Not too good, eh? Well, Vance, there is a little excitement down here, but nothing of importance. Pretty much routine. You ever hear of Sidney Church?
I think so. Practical joker, very wealthy, semi-retired.
That's the man.
Mm-hmm.
He called to say he suspected his assistant, Paul Wilson, of systematically robbing him. Intends to file a formal complaint soon, he says.
Nice of him to warn you. I'll call you later and see how you're fixed for lunch.
Good enough. So long, man.
Goodbye.
Vance, I know what I did wrong. I've got a lot of work to do, but as soon as I'm finished, let's try that hold-up thing again.
If you like, Helen. I'll look forward to being thrown over backward.
Wonderful. Wonderful. It's fabulous.
Thank you.
I got to try this again.
Oh, yes, do.
Now, all anybody does is sit down on this cushion.
Yes, that's right.
Like this. That's wonderful. Will I have fun with it?
No, I thought you'd like it, Mr. Church. I originated
You
it.
did? Well, all I can say is that you're a genius. A genius, Mr. Williams. I've never seen anything quite like this.
Well, now, I bet you never heard anything like it either. You really like it.
Oh, it's just what I always wanted.
Well, splendid.
Now, let me see if I know how to operate.
Oh, it's very simple.
You load it with blank cartridges right here.
Yes, that's right.
Bottom of the seat.
Mm-hmm.
And then when somebody sits on it, boom! Mr. Williams, this beats you.
I'm so glad
it
you like
the
it.
hand buzzer, the itching powder, the dribble glass, everything.
Well, you've made me so happy, Mr. Church. I want you to know that. I'll keep working on new things for you. I've got an idea for a gimmick that... Oh, what was that?
I'm sorry.
Oh, for heaven's
I guess I just can't help being clumsy. What are you doing in here, Terry?
Well, I'm your bodyguard, ain't I, gee whiz? I heard shots in here, so I took out my gun and came in nice and quiet, only I tripped over the rug and my gun went off.
Fine bodyguard.
Well,
Terry.
Yes, Mr. Church.
Come over here a minute, will you?
Oh, okay.
Right here next to me. That's right.
Oh, gee whiz, you're not sore at me.
Imagine, he thinks I'm angry at him, Mr. Williams.
Imagine. No, you wouldn't.
Sit right down, Terry. Right there.
You're Mr. Church, if you say so.
I'll kill him. Terry, you're wonderful. Mr. Williams, you're wonderful. And this new device of yours, it's wonderful.
Thank you.
I haven't had such fun in years. And I won't have as much fun again until I send Paul Wilson to prison.
Williams Novelty Shop. Mr. Williams speaking.
All right. This is Church, Williams.
Oh, yes.
That pillow you sold me, huh? The one that fires a blank cartridge when somebody sits on it?
Oh, yes, Mr. Church.
Well, it's in my safe now with the rest of my little entertainment devices.
I see.
But I want 3 more.
Oh.
I'm going to give a dinner party, and I want 3 more.
Well, when is your party, Mr. Church?
When? As soon as you have the pillows ready, of course. Oh, excuse me a minute.
Yes, of course.
I have company. Well, what are you doing here? No.
Mr. Church! Mr. Church! Mr. Church!
Hello, Ellen.
Hi, Mr. Markham.
Where's Vance?
Oh, come on in.
Thank you.
The boss is at the barber's. What's up?
That Mr. Church, I told him about on the telephone.
Mm-hmm.
The one that was going to have his assistant, Paul Wilson, indicted for grand larceny.
Yes, I overheard your conversation. What about Mr. Church?
There's very little about him right now. He's dead, been shot.
Shot?
Somebody came into his house an hour or so ago, killed him, and robbed his safe, which was open.
Uh-oh. Golly, this Church individual was quite a character, wasn't he?
He certainly was.
Always teasing people with flowers that shoot water and stuff like that.
Yes, we know, of course, that Church believed Paul Wilson was stealing from him, and Wilson knew that Church was in contact with me. There's nothing at the house, however, to indicate who fired the shot into our eccentric friend.
Well, Vance will find something. Doesn't he always?
Invariably. I'm going down to the barber's to pick him up, and after that, our first stop's going to be Paul Wilson's apartment.
A completely logical move, Markham. It would be the first thing I do. Wilson is your number 1 suspect, believe me.
I think so, too, Vance. That's the reason I wanted you with me when I came to call on him. This is his apartment right here, the landlady said.
Did you hear that, Markham?
Yes.
Somebody in this apartment's hurt. We've got to get in there. What's it locked? Well, come on in.
The light switch, Vance. Should be alongside the door somewhere. Vance!
That boy's hurt pretty badly. Is he Wilson?
I don't know, probably. Wilson, who shot you?
You better get this boy to a hospital.
Yes.
Better call, Markham. Phone's over there.
Right. I have an idea about this shooting, though, Vance.
It'll hold, won't it, Markham?
Yes, I think so.
All right, now, Wilson. Come on now. All right.
Operator,
This is District Attorney Markham. Send an ambulance to apartment 35 at the Dalton Arms right away.
I'll take care of it, sir.
How is he, Vance? Any sign of being able to talk to us?
None that I can see. The bullet went in and out of his shoulder as near as I can make out. I fixed a temporary bandage that ought to hold until the ambulance gets here. Well, this complicates our case, don't you think?
Maybe. Only I have a completely different idea. I think Wilson here killed Sidney Church, then came back here to his apartment and tried to commit suicide.
By shooting himself in the shoulder?
All right, then. He tried to make it look as if he was shot by whoever it was that killed Church. He didn't want us to suspect him, so he rigged this little production.
You think that?
Certainly. We'll probably find the gun downstairs in the alley where he threw it out the window. I don't care whether he tried to kill himself or whether he tried to make it look as if somebody else was trying to kill him. In either case, he was looking for an out after shooting Sidney Church. He's guilty.
That, of course, is very possible, Markham.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't make me feel a bit better to say this to you, but I don't agree with that at all.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Church murder case opened with the shooting of Sidney Church.
wealthy, practical joker who had previously reported to me that he suspected an employee, Paul Wilson, of stealing from him. Vance and I found Wilson shot, and although I'm convinced that the wound was self-inflicted, Vance thinks otherwise. Vance and I are in the hospital room now, trying to get the truth out of Wilson. We've kept information about this from the newspapers. All right, Wilson, suppose you tell Vance and me now. Who shot you?
I can't. I don't know who did it. I never saw him.
That doesn't sound very logical.
I don't care how it sounds. I was sitting with my back to the door. I heard it open. I started to turn around, and before I could see who it was, I was shot. I must have passed out. There must have been a silencer on the gun. It didn't sound like a shot.
In that case, Markham, we'll know if he's telling the truth when the medical examiner gives you his report. If the bullet went in the back of the shoulder and out the front, I think we can assume that Wilson couldn't have shot himself.
Maybe we can and maybe we can't. It all depends on the angle of the bullet.
That, of course, is true.
Wilson. Yeah. You were stealing from Mr. Church. He knew about it. You believed he was about to report you to me. You broke into his house, killed him, and robbed his safe, didn't you?
Please, Mr. Martin. Please leave me alone. My shoulder's pretty bad. It hurts.
You have been to Mr. Wilson's home.
Yes, I have. Not to kill him. Now leave me alone, will you?
Let's go, Vance. I won't need a police guard outside his hospital door. Our friend Mr. Wilson feels like talking. He'll let the nurse know and we'll come back.
You'll come back, Markham. I doubt whether it will be necessary for me to come here again.
How are we supposed to act when we talk to a landlady?
I don't know, Ellen. I guarantee one thing. You're not to try to throw her over your shoulder. Promise?
Sure. Chances are, with my luck, that the landlady is taking 2 judo lessons. You know where I'll wind up.
I don't know where, just how. Well, Ellen, let's see what she can tell us about her tenant, the slightly shut-up Mr. Paul Wilson.
Maybe she has an extra apartment she'd like to lease.
Markham has his way. She's going to have one. Paul Wilson.
Yeah, what is it? If you're selling anything, I don't want any.
No.
You want to rent an apartment, I ain't got any. If you just want to waste time, I don't have any.
How do you do? My name is Philo Vance.
You don't say. Well, I can't use any of that either. What do you two want?
We want to know something about Paul Wilson.
Paul Wilson? Oh, that's fine. He's in my place 2 days and gets himself shot. Go see his girlfriend, Ann Kraft. She lives right next door. If anybody ought to know anything about him, she should.
You say Paul Wilson only lived here 2 days when he was shot.
That's what I said, ain't it? What's the matter, you hearing bad, Jerry?
Oh, really?
2 days ago, he took the apartment. He and his Kraft girl were going to be married, and that's all I know. Good day.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith.
Whew. Now, there's a character to try my judo on.
You'd better go home and practice, Ellen. I'm going to call on Miss Kraft.
Will you call me and let me know what happened?
Yes, I will.
Well, in that case, don't think it hasn't been charming. See you later, Vance. Yes?
I'm Philo Vance. May I come in?
Well, yes, I suppose so. What is it you want?
I want to talk to you about your fiancé, Paul Wilson.
Don't mention his name to me. I never want to see him again. We had an appointment last night and he never kept it. He hasn't been in his apartment all night.
He couldn't very well be. He's in the hospital.
Oh, no.
He's been shot.
What? Where? What hospital? What happened to him? Tell me what happened to Paul. I'll get my hat and coat. Please tell me what happened while I get them.
We don't know. That closet door stuck. I'll help you with it.
No, never mind. I can get it. There. Please, Sorry. Mr. Vance, tell me what happened to Paul and where he is.
He's in the Baker Hospital. He's not hurt badly.
Oh, thank goodness. If you want to know anything, come back some other time. Please, Mr. Vance, not now. I've got to get to Paul.
Well, gee whiz, Mr. Wilson, if you say so, okay, but you sure you know what you're doing?
Of course I know, Terry. Now, you and I have to stick together, don't we?
Yeah.
We both used to work for Mr. Church, didn't we?
Yeah, we work.
Hand me that glass of water, will you?
Yeah, sure. Here we are. gee whiz, I'm sorry.
What did you do now?
Oh, I guess I'm just clumsy. That's why I decided to be a bodyguard. Nobody cares how clumsy a bodyguard is.
Yeah.
Look, Mr. Wilson, do you know what you're doing?
Of course.
Well, I mean, after all, you were shot and everything, and you could be a little touched, you know.
I'm not. Now, take this money. That's all I have. $1,000.
$1,000?
I kept it under my pillow for safekeeping. I'm glad now that I did. Take it, Terry. It's yours.
Well, gee whiz, okay. You know, I couldn't figure out what you wanted when you called me on the telephone, but gee whiz, if it was to give me $1,000, call again, will you, Mr. Wilson?
Yeah. Now, you understand what you're supposed to do.
Oh, sure. Just not say nothing about seeing nobody around the house just before Mr. Church was killed.
That's right.
You can trust me, Mr. Wilson. Well, so long. I'm gotta go.
What's the matter with you?
I think I knocked over the thermometer. You see what I told you? I can't have it.
Oh, what happened to you?
Anne, who told you I was here? The district attorney wouldn't let anybody know, and I didn't call you because I didn't want to worry.
Oh, never mind that. How do you feel?
I'll live. All right, Terry, that's all.
Who's he?
Nobody. So long, Terry.
Oh, yeah. Gee whiz, yeah. So long. Goodbye, miss. Nice to meet you. Some other time, maybe.
Oh, Paul, what's happened?
Now, Anne.
First, Mr. Church was killed, and then nobody could find you.
I know.
Well, what is all this?
It's what you and I decided, isn't it, Anne?
Well,
If nothing was going to happen to us, something had to happen to Mr. Church, didn't it?
I don't care if your name is Philo Vance or anything else. Nobody can come in here and talk tough to me.
Terry, I want to know where you got the money to buy those new clothes. Now, tell me.
I found it. Now, get out of here before I throw you out.
Terry, listen to me. You were Mr. Church's bodyguard. You decided
I guess you want me to throw you out of here. Oh, you ready to get tossed out?
Hardly.
Okay, you had your chance. Now see how you like this. Hey.
Not very much. Now it's yours.
Look out. Gee whiz, I ain't even a very good as a bodyguard for myself.
Yeah, let me help you up.
All right, come on. Hey, thank you.
There we are.
Yeah.
Now, look, Terry. I came here to talk to you. I found you with an armful of new clothes and a lot of money lying around.
Almost $600 I got left.
From what?
Well, from the $1,000 that Paul Wilson gave me, so I shouldn't say I saw nobody around the joint when Mr. Church got killed. It was all the dough he had, too. Kind of stupid it was.
Stupid? Why?
Well, because what could I tell anybody? I didn't see nobody around our house, not a soul. As far as I know, Mr. Church could have dropped dead. And you know, Mr. Vance, from what people say with his practical jokes and all, that wouldn't have been such a bad idea.
This safe here in the church house interests you, Vance?
Very much, Markham. That's why I asked your permission to see it.
It's not locked. Go ahead and open it if you want. It contains a lot of the tricks Church used to like to play on people.
Also, a lot of money.
As we understand it, there was a lot of money, but not when we found it. Whoever killed Church took that. Or are you going to dispute that point, too?
No, I'm inclined to agree with it.
Good.
What's this? Supreme itching powder. Is that funny?
Not to me. Nor those dribble glasses either. Nor that handshake buzzer over there.
Church wasn't murdered. He just gimmicked himself to death.
What?
Oh, don't take me seriously, Markham. What would you say this was?
That's the tin box where Church kept his money.
Really?
Bless you.
Thank you. Apparently, our dead friend used sneezing powder in his lighter moments.
Yes.
Hilarious hobby, don't you think?
I'm not thinking anything except that you asked me not to arrest Paul Wilson. And we haven't found any other suspect to take his place.
You mean you want to know who killed Sidney Church?
I most definitely do.
I can tell you that.
Good.
I can also tell you where to find the rest of the money that was here. I think. After you send Sergeant Heath to pick up Wilson's girlfriend, Anne Kraft, for murder. everything that goes on in here, Ellen, please.
Leave it to me, Vance. I'll do it.
Good. Go ahead, Paul. You were talking to Miss Kraft.
All I wanted to know is why she did it. Why did you do it, Anne?
You think I wanted to go to jail for stealing from the company?
But you wouldn't have gone to jail, Anne. I was protecting you.
And doing quite a good job of it, too, Miss Kraft, if I may say so.
Who cares what you say, Vance? This stupid guy tried to spoil everything.
You shot him, didn't you?
Sure. I'll tell you everything now. You found the money I took from Church's apartment in my closet. What's the good of holding out? Yeah, I killed Church. And I shot Paul.
I knew you'd shot me, Anne, but I still loved you. I still wouldn't have told.
Told what?
That it was I who was stealing from the office. Church figured it was Paul. I think my boyfriend would have taken the rap for me, but I didn't want it that way. I saw how I could get rid of him, grab myself some money, and be in the clear.
You really wanted to kill me then?
Sure. What are you, a bargain?
Oh, Anne, you poor kid.
I meant to kill you in your room, put the gun in your hand, and make it look like suicide. When I didn't want you to see me, when you started to turn around, I shot. How was I to know you were so in love with me you'd never talk?
I told you that, didn't I?
Yeah, you told me. Guys say a lot of things.
But I meant that.
Look, Vance, how did you know I did it?
If you really want to know why I knew you were the killer, we've got to go back to your apartment.
For what?
Look in your closet, where the police found the money from Church's safe. Once I knew you'd taken it, I knew you were the murderer.
All right, but how did you know? I'm entitled to know that.
Church kept sneezing powder in the box where he kept his money. When you opened your closet door yesterday to get your coat, remember, you sneezed.
So that's what it was.
That's what it was. When I saw Church's safe later, did a little sneezing myself when the powder got into my nostrils, I realized what must have made you sneeze. It was the money that had been lying in the safe next to the sneezing powder, which you had hidden in your closet.
Fine thing. Old man Church still playing practical jokes after he's dead. I think maybe I'm going to have the last laugh. I think I can make a break with it right now.
Helen, you're nearest the door.
What do you think you're doing? Let me alone. Look, Vance, I did it. I did it with my little judo. Look at her lying on the floor. I must have knocked the wind out of her.
Oh, you most certainly did, Ellen.
Well, I did.
I guess it's time we turned this young lady over to Mr. Markham. I don't think she knew what she was getting herself into when she started stealing from her employer in the beginning.
All I know is that we're at the end of the Church murder case.
Calling all detectives. Puzzles and coats, weird wills and rhymed notes are the problems reflective on this page from the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. You may think I'm clowning, but I, Jerry Browning, a private detective, once had a case I called the Poet's Curse. And believe you me, it went from bad to verse. I rapped on the door marked Adam Flynn, and a deep voice called,
Jerry Browning? Well, walk right in.
I saw two men and a little blonde honey. The three Flynn heirs, all after Adam's money. Their names were Roger and Harry and Mary Lou.
We need a clever man. That's why we sent for you.
It was Roger who said that. Then Harry picked up the thread. We haven't had a peaceful moment since old Adam is dead. He looked puzzled, Browning. Haven't you read about his will? It's a queer document with a goofy codicil. You see, Uncle Adam thought he was a poet who never had a chance. When he wanted to write, he had to sell pants. He made millions at it, but just the same, he burned because he yearned to be in the literary game. I tell you, Browning, I'm getting softening of the brain. All this rhyming is driving us insane. Mary Lou smiled sweetly as Harry's rage erupted. I saw my chance and interrupted. Just a minute, folks. Let me get something straight. You mean you actually must talk at this rhythmic gait?
That's what we've been telling you. This was Uncle Adam's wish. No wonder we find ourselves in a nice kettle of fish. But 10 whole days we must talk in verse form and make it sound sage. Why, I've memorized a rhyming dictionary page by page. Uncle Adam was adamant, a man of strange sentiment. This is all set down in his final testament. Thus far, we've managed to obey his order.
We've got to. The lawyers have installed a wire recorder. They're checking on us from A to Z. If we don't rhyme all the time, the money goes to charity. I grinned. And I suppose this versifying even includes me. The three Flynns looked grateful. There was a smile on each face. That's the spirit, Browning. Just keep up the pace.
Well, that's only the beginning. Boy, have we got woes. Take a look. The will's codicil will chill you to your toes. It's here on this paper how we have to qualify. It's up to you to figure out the what and where and why.
I picked up the sheet. There were just 2 lines smack in the middle. Adam Flynn had left his heirs a mighty tricky riddle. The keys in Florida, find it, and you can keep all the riches it took my life to reap.
There you have it, Browning. So the next thing to do is to head for the Southland. That means the 3 of us. And you.
An eccentric character was old Adam Flynn. He waited till death to give his kin riches. And, of course, that's no crime. But his will specified they had to find him in rhyme, and within only 10 days' time. Chug-chug went the train. We were Florida bound. And as far as the riddle, I hadn't found any solution. But my clients weren't upset by my admission. They were just glad of the lawyer's permission.
Yep, they let us get away with no more than our pledge. We need this trip. On nerves or on edge.
We had dinner in the diner, then sat in the club car. The train was clipping, but we weren't getting far, although Roger and Harry made headway at the bar.
This is wonderful. Come on, Jerry, don't you want to feel frisky? I'll tell you my secret. 12 different words rhyme with whiskey.
He started to reel them off, and I do mean reel. But Mary Lou looked at me with sweet appeal. She wanted to stay on the track of the puzzle. As far as we could figure, the first line wuzzle that made sense. Then suddenly I yelled, Mary Lou, I'm getting dense. It says the key's in Florida. Well, just forget the rest. We're certain to find it once we get to Key West. We called for the porter. He brought a map and laid it on our table. As soon as I looked, I was unable to offer enough apologies for that swift and wrong conclusion. Well, the map showed keys in such profusion that it seemed like Florida is in a state of confusion. There was Key Largo, Macomb Key, Long Key, Boot Key, Pigeon Key, Ramrod Key, and a few dozen others. I looked like a monkey to Mary Lou and her brothers, so to cover my embarrassment, I pointed quickly at a dot. Pirates Cove, that seems a likely spot. Mary Lou nodded, said it was worth trying. In fact, since I mentioned it, her uncle talked of buying an old pirate vessel thought to belong to Captain Kidd. It would be like old Adam to have hidden the key to treasure trove at a place by the name of Pirates Cove. Then she recollected how in his den, Adam had a drawing of a pair of men. One was a buccaneer with a vivid orange sash and coat. Roger staggered over.
That's it, sister. He would have walked the plank if he hadn't missed the boat.
Well, when we hit Miami, we rented a car, and as for the course, we made it in par. The road was wide open. We passed through the toll. Nothing could stop us from reaching our goal. Nothing, that is, except the sheriff and his men.
Yo, King Dig here, go on back north again.
Roger got belligerent, started to fight. You've guessed it, we landed in the Pokey. Stayed there overnight. When they let us out, we reckoned the time.
4 days more to talk in this silly rhyme.
That's not good. We're broke or badly bent. If we don't beat that deadline, us Flynns won't have a cent. It was up to yours truly to try to save the day. And suddenly I remembered what Mary Lou had to say about Adam's pirate picture hanging in the old homestead. It had to work on my face like the Flint's finances would be strictly in the red. I packed him in the car, drove off in high. 2 days later, we were soaring in the sky. And when I got them safely home and into Adam's den, I took down the picture, brought it to the girl and the two amazed men. Here's your uncle's secret, and he's buried it well. He was sure you'd never guess it, because to tell the truth, the key is a word both unique and sly. You can rhyme it with no other, no matter how you try. Now think for a minute. It has to do with Florida's fame. With that, all cried, "Orange!" And then the game began in earnest, for on the pictured pirate's bold orange coat and sash was the clue to Adam's treasure, $4 million in cash. It was all done with dots. They spelled a combination, and when we worked it out, you can imagine the elation. Look, the dots are Morse code, and what do you know? The letters spell a message. The Second National Bank Vault's the place to go. We called the lawyers. They came on the run.
Amazing, remarkable. Old Adam had his fun, but you solved his riddle, did it to perfection.
Roger broke in.
Thanks to Jerry's slick detection.
Yeah, I got all the credit that fine day. What's more, I really made rhyme pay with a great big fine fee, proving that there's more profit than truth in some poetry. Like I said, and you'll probably agree, when you're out on a limb, completely up a tree, just turn a new leaf and don't ever stop. Sooner or later, you'll get to the top. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
One of the most important factors in fighting lawlessness is the person who has witnessed a crime or knows something about it. Usually these people are cooperative and helpful. But sometimes, as in the case you are about to hear, the witness tries to turn his knowledge into profit, becoming a criminal himself. Okay, let's get him. Hold it, friend. We're going in with you.
I'm sorry, but it's only 8:30. The bank doesn't open for business until 10. I just stepped out for some breakfast.
We know why you stepped out. We know there's a manager of the joint. Now fix this door so it's unlocked and don't argue.
You mean it's a hold-up?
Fix the door. If I find it locked when we leave, I'll blow your guts out.
I'll fix it. I'll fix it. There.
Okay, let's go in. Straight back to the vault. All your people out from behind the counter. Act natural.
Yes.
Will you please come out here, everybody? Everybody, please.
You read it right, Willie. They already got the vault open first. You still want to try the hand? Certainly. That's what you got the wire for.
All right, folks, against the wall. This is a holdup. Get your hands out. We're tying them up.
The thing's too, Willie? Everybody. Let the manager do the time. You get in that vault and get the money. Good idea, Willie. Mister, you finish him up. Wait a second.
Don't nobody move.
What's the matter?
You got a guard in this place. Where is he?
I don't know. In my office, maybe.
He should have stayed there. All right, mister, freeze. And don't get any ideas about going for that gun.
No, John. John, go on! Shot him.
And you'll get the same thing if I hear one more bleed out of you. Watch with the roof!
I'm coming, Willie. I'm coming.
All right, you people. Squeeze back against the wall and stay there. We're going out of here, and I don't want to hear a move, see a move, or smell a move.
Let's get out of here, Willie. I'm loaded.
Stay right where you are, everybody. Don't try to follow us. Nobody.
Open the door for me, Willie.
Yeah. Let's go.
Hold up! Hold up!
All right, folks, let us through here. Let us through, folks. Please, please. Hi, Sarge. Where's the... Oh, I see it. Yeah, lying in front of the vault, Chief. Yes.
The officer tells me that you're the district attorney.
I'm Harrington. This is the district attorney, Mr. Garrett.
How do you do? I'm J.T. Barnes, manager of the bank. I went out for some breakfast this morning, and they practically kidnapped me.
Breakfast after you started work?
Oh, yes. I'm the first one here, and my hours start long before the bank opens for business.
And you first saw these men outside?
Yes, that's right. And they must have known all about the way a bank is run. They had everything down just right.
You think it was an inside job?
Oh, no. I never saw either one of them before in my life. But one of them must have worked in the bank at some time.
Or they spent a lot of time casing this place.
Are they waiting at the door, Mr. Barnes?
That's right. They made me let them in. What could I do? They both had guns, and one of them told me he'd blow my guts out if I made the wrong move. What could I do?
Very little, Mr. Barnes. We understand that.
I only hope our Mr. Telford understands it. Mr. Telford is vice president in charge of this district. I hope he understands.
I wouldn't worry about it, Mr. Barnes. It's not your job to fight gunmen.
No, not when I have a wife and family to think about. 2 children, Mr. Garrett. One 10, the other 7. Man has to think about things like that.
He certainly does.
I see the vault is still open.
Yes. Wouldn't do much good to close it now. They got just about everything in the way of cash.
How much did they get away with, Mr. Barnes?
More than $40,000. Imagine that. $40,000. I can tell you everything they did. Everything. Poor Brady. Started to draw him, and they just pumped bullets into him. Poor who? That's Brady, our guard, under that sheet. He's dead.
Oh. Well, let's take a look, Hans.
Yeah.
Jim Brady.
You knew him?
Yes, for many years.
Yeah, both of us.
How many were there?
2 of them.
What did they look like?
Oh, nice looking, well dressed. When they first came up to me, I thought they were bank examiners.
Young?
Between 25 and 30, I'd say. And both had hats on. One of them called the other one Willie. Willie was the one that killed Brady.
Nice, friendly personality. Hand me that piece of wire at your feet, will you, Harrington?
They use that to tie up their hands.
Baling wire. A lot faster than rope.
Yes, and not many people use baling wire in the city. Get on this right away, Harrington. Check the hardware stores. See if one of them has sold any baling wire in the past few days.
Okay, Chief.
Is there a phone I can use, Mr. Barnes?
Oh, yes, of course, right over here.
Thank you.
District Attorney's Office.
I'm at the First National Bank, Miss Miller. I'd like you to do a quick check on something for me. Find out if there's anything on a bank robber who uses Willie for a first name.
Yes, sir. I'll get on that right away. Any characteristics?
He's about 28, flashy dresser, and there's something else. He's a killer. You got that?
I've got it, Mr. Garrett.
I'll see you at the office. I'll be there in about a half hour.
You got the key?
Yeah, I got it.
Well, we made it.
Better than $42,000. Of course, that was a fast count in the car, but it's pretty close.
You slophead. What? I spent 3 weeks warning you about pulling boners, and what do? Pull the biggest of all.
What are you talking about?
I told you not to use my name, didn't I?
Who used your name?
You did. Willie this, Willie that. That'll knock your teeth down your throat.
So I called you Willie. How did that hurt anything? There's millions of guys named Willie.
But they ain't robbing banks. Ain't gonna have the cops looking for them.
All right. So I goofed a little. They were all too scared to pay attention.
Put that bag under the bed and let's get out of here. What are you looking around at? You seen the place before?
You know, Willie, I ain't sure if the door is going to be so safe here after all.
Well, what do you want to do with it? Carry it around in your hip pocket? This is what we rented the place for, ain't it?
Yeah, but suppose somebody comes in and starts poking around.
Who's going to poke around a garage apartment? It's all by itself, ain't it? And it'll be locked up?
How about kids? You know how kids are.
Look, we figured this all out, didn't we? We have to have a place to keep the dough, don't we? What are the odds in somebody poking in here? What are the odds?
Well, maybe we should split the dough and each take a share and leave town.
Like I said, you're a slophead, and you keep proving it. All we have to do to get cops on our back is to leave town or start spending the dough. We stay in town. We keep working on our jobs. We leave the dough here. We're mechanics. They don't figure mechanics are bank robbers. So we stay being mechanics, understand?
All right, so I understand. You don't have to get so hot about it.
You're like a dame, always talking, always changing your mind. Knock it off. I'm warning you.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get out of here. Come on, what are you dragging your feet for?
I'm coming.
Patterson?
Yeah?
Before we leave here, I want you to know something.
What?
We're going to stay together.
I know that.
Just make sure you know it good. Don't go trying to sneak back here to pick up the dough.
Now, why would I want to do a thing like that?
Just don't, that's all. Try it and I'll kill you. Let's go.
Any calls, Miss Miller?
Oh, no calls, Mr. Garrett. I made that checkup you asked for. The only Willie I got to make on is a Willie Sloan, and he's in Alcatraz.
Well, so we draw a blank. That makes it tougher.
District Attorney's office.
Hello, Miss Miller, the chief there?
Oh, yes, he is, Harrington. Hold on.
Hello, Harrington.
I've been to 16 hardware stores, Chief.
Where are you now?
At the 17th. I'm waiting for a clerk to come back. The manager says the clerk sold some baling wire yesterday.
He says he thinks the clerk knows the guy he sold it to.
Sounds like a possible lead. Call me back as soon as you find out anything.
Yeah, that might be pretty quick. Fellow just came in and went behind the counter. Must be the clerk. I'll let you know, Chief.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Oh, how are you? I think maybe you can. Are you Zimmer?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm with the district attorney's office. I understand you sold some baling wire yesterday.
Baling wire?
Yeah, that's right. Your boss said he thought maybe you knew the man you sold it to.
You in the DA's office? What's the matter? Somebody pulled something?
You remember who bought the baling wire?
Hey. A bank robbery this morning. They used baling wire to tie up the people. You heard about it on the radio.
Who bought the baling wire, fella?
What do you know about that?
Did you sell the wire?
Huh? Yeah, I sold it.
Did you know the guy you sold it to?
Did I know him? Well, what makes you think that?
Look, I'm asking the questions. Did you know the man or not?
Well, no. No, I don't think I did.
You don't think you did?
Well, how do I know? People come in here all the time, lots of people. Wouldn't want to accuse anybody of doing
I'm not
something.
asking you to accuse anybody of anything. I just want to know if you knew this man you sold the wire to.
Sorry, mister, but I couldn't say definitely that I did know him.
All right. Have you seen him around here at all? You know, at other times?
No. Can't say I have seen him around.
Well, do you remember what he looked like?
Look, I told you. A lot of people come in here to buy things. I can't remember all their faces.
Okay. I might come back and talk to you later.
District Attorney's office.
Hello, Miss Miller. Is he there?
Oh, just a moment, Harrington. To you, Mr. Garrett.
Thanks. Hello, Harrington. What did you find out?
I got nothing, Chief. But I got a funny hunch this fellow was holding out on me.
The clerk?
Yep. He sold baling wire. He admits that. But he heard about the holdup, and I think he's covering up. He said he didn't know who it was he sold it to. But he acted funny and, well, I think he was lying.
Where are you now?
Drugstore across from a hardware company. Corner of 10th and Trent.
I'll meet you in front of the place as soon as I can get there.
Hi, Chief. Well, looks like we missed.
What happened?
Clake's gone. Must have ducked out while I was talking to you on the phone.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, what do you think we ought to do?
Well, hang around. This is our only lead, and somehow we've got to break the case with it. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the bank killer, here is an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now, back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A bank had been robbed, a woman slugged, a bank guard murdered. Indications were that the gunmen were first-timers, and these are often the hardest to catch. We had one important clue, the bailing wire used to tie up the bank workers. But the hardware clerk who sold it to the killer turned out to be an uncooperative witness. We had a hunch he wanted to play along with the crooks. As you'll see, we were right.
What can I do for you? I'm looking for Patterson. No peddlers here, Bud. I'm not a peddler. I'm a friend of his.
I'll call him.
Patterson!
What?
Come here! Friend of his, huh? What do you want to talk to him about? What are you, his keeper? This is personal. Don't get tough with me, chum. It'll get you nothing but wealth.
What do you want, Willie? Oh, hello, Zimmer.
This guy says he's a friend of yours.
Yeah, I know him.
Says he's got something personal to talk about. Anything I should know?
What do you want, Zimmer?
I want to talk to you. Private. Come on, spell it. I said it's personal.
It's okay, Willie. Give us a couple of minutes, huh?
Okay. Couple of minutes.
Come here, kid. What's on your mind?
Fellow come into the store today. Said he was from the district attorney's office.
Yeah?
Wanted to know about that bailing wire I sold you.
What do you want to know about it?
Want to know who I sold it to.
Did you tell him?
No, I didn't tell him. I brushed him off.
Good boy.
What's it good for? What's this about the DA's office?
I thought you was going to let us talk private. Ain't your word good for nothing?
Never mind my word. What's this all about?
It's okay. You don't have to worry.
All I hear is okay. What's okay?
Oh, this cop comes into the hardware store to ask about the bailing wire, and Jimmy brushes him off, so it's okay.
How come this guy knows about the bailing wire?
I bought it from him.
You mean you bought that wire from a guy that knew you?
Listen, the kid's all right. He brushed off the cops, didn't he?
Why, you?
What you have to do that for?
You slophead, I ought to kick your face in.
I guess I'll be going.
Wait a minute, you.
Let go of me. You're not going to push me around like that.
What'd you come here for?
Let him go, Willie. He's a pal.
He's a creep.
Let go of me. I brushed off the cop, didn't I?
So you brushed off the cop and you come sucking around here telling us about it. You figure you're going to shake us down for a cut of the dough. I'll show you.
Choke
you. I'll choke it. Speaking in 5 minutes.
Let me go, Willie. The boss is looking this way.
You and your pals.
You shouldn't have done that to me. You shouldn't have done it.
Take it easy, kid. Take it easy. You're going to be all right. Oh, Willie loses his temper once in a while. That's all.
This time he's not going to get away with it. I'm just going to ask you guys for a couple of $100. Now it's 5,000.
You hear that, Willie? You hear what you've done?
Shut up. You had it pegged for $5 grand from the start. Now you ought to.
You try that again, and I'll let you have it with this tire iron.
All right, kid. So we do business. Put down the iron.
I'll put it down when I walk out of here.
How much dough do you think you have to have?
I said 5,000. I want 5,000. I want it this afternoon.
We're supposed to be working here. We don't knock off until 4 o'clock.
I'll meet you somewhere. Don't get any ideas about getting rid of me. My wife's going to be somewhere close by. Anything goes wrong and she yells for the cops.
Got everything figured, ain't you?
That's right. I got everything figured.
All right. Meet us at 4:30. 1034 Maxwell Street. It's in the back, up over the garage.
I'll be there.
You think anybody followed you here?
I know they didn't.
How about where you work? Ain't they going to wonder why you ducked out?
That's my worry. I'll take care of it. I'll see you later.
And now you, Patterson.
Go to the boss, Willie. I got to get back to work. That's the guy, Chief.
Good. Let's go in and talk to him.
Zimmer.
Yeah? Oh, it's you.
This is the district attorney, Mr. Garrett.
Hi.
Just like to ask you a few questions, Zimmer.
I already told this fellow everything I know.
I understand you sold some baling wire the other day.
That's right.
Your boss seems to think you know the man you sold it to.
Sorry, but the boss is mistaken.
You don't remember the man at all.
I already said I don't remember the man.
You've got a defiant attitude about this, Zimmer. Why?
Who's defiant? Just tired of answering a lot of questions.
I don't think you can say we've asked you a lot of questions.
You keep asking the same questions over and over. I told your cop here the same thing I'm telling you. I don't know the guy who bought the baling wire. There have a lot of people coming in here all the time. Half of them I don't even look at.
When do you usually take your lunch hours, Zimmer?
What difference does that make?
You mind answering the question?
All right. I go at 12:30.
Well, how long do you usually take?
Half an hour.
It's almost 2 o'clock. You took a pretty long one today, didn't you?
I had a couple of things I wanted to do.
You mind telling us what they were?
Yes, I mind. I haven't done anything wrong. I don't see why I have to keep answering your questions. I guess I got my rights, haven't I?
You've got your rights, Zimmer. I just hope you have the good sense to keep them. Come on, Harrington.
Well, what do you think, Chief?
He's too touchy. I'm sure your hunch is right. You stay here in front, Harrington. I'm going around to the alley. I don't want that fellow to get away from us again. It might take quite a while, but we're going to stay with him until something breaks.
Is Zimmer coming?
No sign of him yet.
And what are you doing back up here?
I sure hate to see him get that $5,000. I still think we ought to take all the dough and blow town.
We ain't blowing town, and we ain't giving up any part of the money.
What do you mean?
Made a couple of phone calls this afternoon. I found out that Zimmer ain't married. He was bluffing when he said he'd had somebody with him when he came up here.
So what are you going to do?
So when he once gets here, he ain't going to leave.
You're going to kill him?
He's got it coming, Patterson.
Yeah, there ain't no honesty in the guy at all. But what do we do with his body?
Leave it here. We'll move somewhere else. But I want to be sure he ain't followed by cops. So you get down there and watch.
Okay, Willie.
Watch it, Harrington. He's slowing down.
Yeah, he's going to take that next corner.
Stay at least a block behind him.
Right. Hang on for the turn.
He's slowing down again, Harrington. Watch it.
Yeah, he's pulling up. We better stop right here. Yeah, this is it, all right. He's getting out.
Watch where he goes.
Looks like that red house.
He's going around the back. All right, Harrington. Now, let's take it easy.
So, you found it all right.
Yeah, I found it.
Come on in.
Yeah, good place for a hideout. Just where you're keeping the money?
You really want to be in on this thing, don't you?
Hey, what's the idea of the knife?
Beauty, ain't it? 6-inch blade. Don't move.
No, wait a second.
Who's this cop you talked to?
There were 2 of them.
What all did they say about it?
I told you. They just want to know who you are and what you look like.
And you told them?
No. Should I tell them when you're going to give me a cut of the money?
You told them.
No. Get that thing away from me.
How do I know they didn't follow you here?
Look, I had my car parked 3 blocks from the store. I went out the back, ducked up the alley, cut across the parking lot, and went through the market. I know they didn't follow me.
Good. Because now I'm going to do something I've been wanting to do for the last 3 hours.
Get away from me. Get away.
You didn't really think we were going to sit still for the shakedown, did you?
Wait.
I'm going to cut you, friend. I'm going to cut you for good.
No.
Where do you think you're going?
Let go of me. Let go.
Get him in here. Good punch. How about out there in the street? Anybody around?
Don't worry, he wasn't followed. Just a couple of guys selling paint jobs for houses. Try to sell me one. Me.
Oh, what's wrong with that? You can afford it.
Willie, you're a card, a real card.
He's getting up. Grab his arm.
I got him. Listen, you got to let me out of here. I won't say anything, I promise.
I'll say you won't say anything. I want to get his throat cut out.
Don't move, any of you. Come on. Watch the gun, Harrigan. That's all for you, mister. You too. Stop the knife. Stop it. All right. I quit.
Get your face to the wall. Wait a minute, Zimmer. Where do you think you're going?
Home. I got things to do.
You're under arrest.
What for? I didn't do anything.
You'll find out what you did, and it's plenty.
There's the money, Chief. And guess where they had it? Under the bed.
Just tell me one thing. Are you the 2 guys who were supposed to be selling paint around here?
That's right. Why?
It just proves to me why I lost out on this deal. A real slophead for a partner.
That's not why you lost out, mister. But you wouldn't believe the real reason. Your kind never does. Let's go.
This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
I'm sure you read about this one in your newspapers. The 2 men we called Willie and Patterson were convicted of bank robbery, assault with intent to kill, and with murder in the 1st degree. Both will spend the rest of their lives in prison. The hardware store clerk we called Zimmer was tried and sentenced on charges of being an accessory after the fact and attempted extortion. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Philip H. Lord.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the program that brings you authentic police case histories. Waterman's Pens and Waterman's Ink present Gangbusters. This nation is now in the midst of a serious crime wave, and we must stop the attempts of the lawbreakers to tear down here at home the very ideals for which we have fought. And so Waterman's Pens and Waterman's Ink are proud to present Gangbusters with Louis J. Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police force in the world. Commissioner Valentine will interview by proxy Harvey Scott, superintendent of the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania Police Department. Commissioner Valentine.
Well, Superintendent Scott, tonight's Gangbusters case
should be quite an unusual one.
It is, Commissioner Valentine.
How have you decided to start it?
Well, in Pittsburgh, there was a certain professional wrestling school run by a pretty rough type of wrestler. He was known as Hammerlock. A few years ago, this Hammerlock walked up to the mat with a rather slight of build, pasty-faced man who had dropped in for a lesson.
Lie down on the mat.
This way?
Yeah. You're a businessman?
Yes, sir.
Well, if you have on your business clothes, I can't show you much, but...
I just wanted a demonstration.
No? All right. Now, you're flat on your back, but you've got to learn how to keep a man flat on his back.
Yes.
Now, watch. I fall on my left knee beside you. Then, I grab your right hand with my left hand.
Yeah.
Your left hand with my right hand.
You weigh a ton.
Now, my right knee is free. I place it on your chest.
Oh,
Now, if you move an inch, I throw my weight on that right knee, and I can break every rib in your body.
Will you hold me tight like that, just to let me see how it would feel to try and get up?
Yeah, all right. Now, go ahead. Just try to move.
I hope I didn't throw you too hard. I just wanted to try my little trick against a professional wrestler.
You must have busted my ribs.
I guess I'll have to be going.
Hey, who are you? I never saw anybody move so fast.
Oh, it's just a little hobby of mine. A little pet trick I'd like to try out against professional wrestlers. Well, I'm sorry, mister. I'll have to be leaving.
I don't care what you say, Haynes. I'm packing up and leaving.
Step-ins, slips, and undies, huh?
This trunk will never hold them all.
Your boyfriend ain't gonna like you leaving like this, Cora.
I'm bored stiff.
So you're getting out.
When I get this trunk packed.
I'll bet all them lace under things cost a hunk of dough.
He's so goody. Well, he makes me sick.
Hey, he's my pal, you know.
No, I'm too young. Read books, go to the movies. Look out, Kitty. I love you, but I'm packing.
Cazzara ain't gonna like this, Cora.
Well, that's too bad. He's not even a man. There were only some excitement once in a while.
Now, listen, kid. I gotta tell you something.
I'm fed up with his goody. What do you want to tell me?
Will you swear never to tell?
That good, huh?
Will you swear?
Okay.
Cazzara's been pulling jobs since 1923. What? He's robbed freight trains, maybe a dozen other places. And a couple of times he shot it out with the cops.
Cazzara.
You ain't heard nothing yet. Cazzara ran a gang that had this town on its heels. If it weren't for a bad break, Cazzara never would have been caught. But they were scared enough of the guy to give him a rapper from 10 to 60 years in the Western Penitentiary.
Haynes, you're lying.
Oh, no, sister.
Not Cazzara.
You're teamed up with a guy who, if the cops knew who he was when they faced him, half of them would faint.
Gee, I wanted excitement, but I didn't bargain for all this.
You better get them pretty little undies back in the drawers before he gets here.
Why, he wouldn't think nothing of killing me if he wanted to.
You said it.
Oh, hello, Haynes.
Hello, Cazzara.
Hello, honey.
Hello, Cazzara. I'm glad to see you.
It's warm out.
Yeah, it's kind of hot in here, too. It shouldn't be, though. Us living up on the 8th floor.
I wouldn't mind a good, cool lemonade. Oh, the trunk.
Oh, yeah. While you were gone, I got a telephone call that my mother was sick, a heart attack.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was packing to go see her, and then I called the doctor, and he said she was much better, and I wouldn't have to come, so I'm unpacking.
That's good. I'll help you to unpack then.
Oh, well, first I'll fix you a lemonade.
Oh, good. That's fine. I'm glad you're here, Haynes.
Yeah, I know. I just happened to drop by.
Good. I'm glad you like Cora as well as you do. just like that cat. Come here, kitty, kitty, come here. Now, nice kitty. Now, nice kitty, nice kitty.
You shouldn't have done that, Cazzara. Oh, Cora loves that.
The door to the hall.
Oh, the cat just went out the door.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't I hear the kitty meowing? Where'd he go?
He just walked out of the door. Get some air, I guess.
Oh. Cazzara, why don't you take me dancing tonight?
Oh, I can't tonight, Cora. I told Haynes I'd go for a walk with him in the park. I've got a few little things I want to talk about.
Who are you, then?
You're a pretty tricky old gent, aren't you?
Please, you put down the gun, please.
A big wholesale house, and instead of a safe, you wrap your money all up in grease paper and hide it here in your cold storage room. Get it, pal?
Sure.
Please, it's all the money I got.
You know, some people recently have been very foolish. They've tried to identify me to the police.
It's a big mess of it here, boys.
Just shove it in your bag. Now you won't identify me to the police.
Please, I'm an old man. There's a lot of money there. Take it and go away.
Got a big haul, boys. It was all done up in nice little packages.
That's why I cased this place for a week. Now, Mister, it's your turn.
Holy smokes, you threw him right over your head.
The fall knocked him unconscious. Come on. Close the refrigerator door.
Right.
That'll hold him.
Icebox starting to freeze again, Cazzara.
What do you know? Maybe you'll be frozen still.
Attention. All Pittsburgh police. Greenfield's wholesale establishment just robbed. Owner locked in cold storage room and in serious condition. This unnecessary cruelty points to Matthew Cazzara, dangerous gunman who's been terrorizing Pittsburgh. Report to headquarters for confidential instructions.
Well, you've done enough primping, Cora.
All right, Cazzara.
Come on, let's go out and eat, huh?
Haynes is always for eating. Gee, I wish we could find the kitty.
Oh, it'll show up. Come on.
Okay. You boys will have to give me a lot of attention tonight.
Hey! Let go of me.
What's the meaning of this, officer?
Hold the girl and get the cuffs on that one. I haven't done anything. Now you. You're Cazzara.
That's right, officer.
Don't you move a muscle. Frisk him, Sergeant.
I haven't got a gun, if that's what you're looking for. We were just going out to eat and... my heart.
He's had one of his heart attacks.
Well, that's a queer one. Let's see what his eyes look like. Perhaps he isn't too bad off.
Now for you, copper.
I've never seen nothing move so fast in my life.
No, I've got the gun.
Killed him.
I wasn't trying to kiss him. Well, you two will have to look after yourselves. I'm getting out.
What'll I do? Now I'm in on a killing.
Hey, try to get these cuffs off me, Cazzara. Hey, Cazzara, you can't leave us like this.
The identity of the gunman responsible for the killing of Detective Lodge and for many recent robberies has been established beyond doubt. Killer is Matthew Cazzara. 5 feet 8.5 inches, brown hair, blue-gray eyes. This gunman is a killer and must be apprehended at once.
Well, Superintendent Scott, with the identity of Cazzara established and police on the alert for him, I know the rest of the case will be even more exciting. But right now...
Every day, millions of people listen to Fraser Hunt report the news. This famous war correspondent and radio commentator writes, and I quote Mr. Hunt, "The finest fountain pen I've ever written with is my new Waterman's Taperite. It writes as smooth as satin, makes such clean, clear lines, and to top it off, it's the best-looking pen of all." Well, thank you, Fraser Hunt. Friends, so many of you have been waiting patiently through the war years for a good quality fountain pen, you'll want to go to your Waterman's dealer and see America's newest pen, the new Waterman's Taperite. You'll want it the minute you lay eyes on it, sleek, slim, trim. You'll say, it is a beauty. And what a Christmas present a new Waterman's Taperite makes. I promise you, no gift will be received with more delight. But better start buying now because the demand will exceed the supply. You can get Waterman's pens and Waterman's pen and pencil sets, both the new Taperite design and the new Standard Point design, in a variety of styles and prices. Every one built to the standards of craftsmanship which have made Waterman's pens famous for their superlative writing. For America's newest, finest pens, ask for Waterman. Now back to Gangbusters and Commissioner Valentine.
Superintendent Scott, police bulletins had been issued from Matthew Cazzara.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. But Cazzara was as wary and cunning as ever. He had other plans.
Yes?
You, Mrs. Flowers, who runs this boarding house?
Yes?
Have you a room I might rent?
Well, yes, I do have a room on the ground floor and back.
May I see it?
Well, I had just about decided I wouldn't rent any more rooms to single gentlemen.
Oh, why?
I'm a rather nervous person, and
I don't blame you at all, Mrs. Flowers.
You don't?
No, not at all.
I don't have any men roomers right now.
I don't blame you, Mrs. Flowers. Oh, what a beautiful canary.
Yes, I've had him 10 years. You like canaries?
I love them. And cats. May I just step in a minute?
Well, yes, I guess so.
Oh, what an attractive parlor. I'm Jonathan S. Brooks.
Jonathan. That's an old biblical name.
Yes.
But don't you think I'm wise, Mr. Brooks, not to rent to strange men?
Absolutely. But you know, Mrs. Flowers, I was just thinking, of course you'd really be safer to have one man in the house.
No, I never thought of that.
Oh, yes, an emergency comes up, a drunk at the door, a leak in a pipe.
I'm surprised you're not married, being so understanding of women.
Well, of course, Mrs. Flowers, there's always a first time.
Well, that's so, I guess.
Now, I wonder if you'd show me the room you were speaking about.
Why, yes, if you'd like to. It's down at the end of the hall. This way.
Thank you.
Car 1, calling headquarters.
I'm getting you, Detective.
I've just finished talking again with Haynes, Cazzara's partner who was captured with Cora, his girlfriend. Nothing new on the whereabouts of Cazzara.
Then, take your map of Pittsburgh, Benaki. The one we divided up into squares. We'll have different squadrons cover each square for rooming houses. You're to take square 5.
Yes, sir. Step on it, Tom.
Yes?
Good afternoon, ma'am. We're the police. You operate this boarding house?
The police? Why, yes. Yes, I'm Mrs. Flowers. Won't you step in?
Thank you. Do you have many men roomers?
No, I don't. Not now.
See. Well, if you don't take men roomers, there's no reason to bother you.
The only man here is Mr. Brooks, Jonathan Brooks. But he's really he's just like one of the family. Maybe he could help you.
Where's his room?
Right down the hall. I'll show you.
You say this Mr. Brooks isn't really a roomer.
Oh, no. Oh, I don't know what I'd do without him.
Well, I really don't know if there's much sense in talking with him then.
Right here. Oh, Mr. Brooks is such a capable man.
I see. We're looking for a man who's a killer.
A killer?
Yes.
Then I'm awfully glad I've got Mr. Brooks staying with me. Jonathan? Jonathan?
I guess he's not in.
Oh, I just happened to remember. He must have gone downtown to do my shopping.
Well...
shall I have him call you at police headquarters?
No. No, it's not necessary, as long as you say he's really not a boarder, but one of the family.
Attention. Attention. The Consolidated Drug Supply House just been robbed, and manager cruelly beaten. Manager has identified picture of Matt Cazzara as the gunman. This killer must be caught. Approach with caution.
I think I'll go downtown and do a little shopping, Mrs. Flowers.
Why, yes, Mr. Brooks.
Why, you seem so nervous.
Oh, it's just all those radio broadcasts about that killer.
Oh, you mean Cazzara?
Yes.
I won't leave you if you don't want me to.
No, I'm all right.
Well, then I'll see you later. I won't be gone long, Mrs. Flowers.
All right. Operator.
Number, please.
Get me the police department. Quick, the police department.
Police department. Detective Benaki.
This is Mrs. Flowers. I have a rooming house at the corner of Main and Kelly. There's a man here. Oh, I'm awfully frightened. I think he's that killer you're looking for.
What? Cazzara?
Yes.
We called at your place yesterday. You said he wasn't really a roomer.
I didn't think of him as such, but I found a gun in his room, and I've been looking at him and thinking. I think he's dyed his hair, but I think it's him.
Now listen carefully. If he's the one we want, he's a killer. Is he there now?
No, he's gone out, but he'll be back.
All right. I want to talk to my superiors, but we'll protect you in every way. I'll call you back around 4 o'clock.
Well, suppose he's here.
Pretend I'm somebody else. But listen to the instructions very carefully.
All right. I'll be waiting. Hello?
This is Detective Benaki. Are you alone?
Yes?
We're going to wait until after dark to take you.
Yes?
9 o'clock tonight.
Hello, Mrs. Flowers.
Oh, yes. I'm on the telephone, Mr. Brooks.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, Hattie, to hear about it, but I'm sure you'll feel better.
I get it. But you must listen carefully.
When did the doctor say you should go to the hospital?
Be in your sitting room at 9 o'clock.
Oh, that's a shame.
If Cazzara is there, keep the shade up. If he isn't there, put the shade down. You got it?
Well, I'm awfully glad you called, Hattie.
Don't miss up on those signals. That's all.
Oh, I dropped the receiver.
Somebody sick?
Yes, a friend of mine. She's quite sick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'll sit down and keep you company. Then, if you'd like to, later this evening, I'll take you to the movie.
Come in.
Flowers, this is Inspector Monahan.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Mr. Flowers? We could tell from your sitting room shade Cazzara wasn't here.
But he'll be back any second.
I'm going to try to take him in this hallway. Now, the sitting room on this side. Blank wall all along here.
His room is at the end of this hall.
Let's see just where.
That's his room.
Mm-hmm.
And there are the cellar stairs. Wasn't there a cellar door there?
Yes, sir, but he took it off and didn't put it back.
Oh. All right. Let's get back up the front door. Now, there may be some shooting. I want you to go upstairs.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Detective Benaki, we'll
darken the hall so we can make a grab as soon as Cazzara comes in the door.
Right.
Snap the light.
Remember, this guy's dynamite, Inspector.
There's the signal.
You sure?
Positive. That was no regular telephone ring. Charlie's watching the house across the street. I told him if he saw Cazzara coming to have the operator just tickle the phone.
Look. Turning in.
That's him, all right.
You've got to be positive it's Cazzara, though.
As soon as he closes the door, you jump from there.
You'll be hitting him from that side.
And lock his arms to his side. Quiet. Watch yourself.
I've got him. Turn the light on.
All right, coppers. I give up.
Risk him, Banaki. I've got his arms pinned.
I'm through, coppers. I admit it. I'll give up.
Here's his gun, Inspector Monahan.
A police revolver. The one he took away from Detective Lodge and then killed him with. Can you beat that, Banaki? He thought he could break away.
Won't wake out of that beating till tomorrow morning, Inspector.
Is the creature subdued?
He's unconscious, but you stay up there.
Well, we better get the cuffs on him and lug him out.
Yes. Roll him over and put him on.
None of your tricks, Cazzara.
No. This is a gun. I've got it in the head, and I'm using you as a shield.
Shoot him, Inspector, even if he does shoot me.
Drop your gun, Cazzara.
Stand back, Inspector, or I'll blow every brain out of this copper's head. I'm taking him with me to the end of the hall. If you try to follow or move a muscle, I'm killing him.
You won't get away with it, Cazzara. Don't kill him.
Stand back, I said. I've killed one cop, and I'd just as soon kill this one. Now, cop, I'm going to throw you down the cellar stairs and then kill the other copper.
You throw me down the stairs and you're coming to it.
I'll get into this fight, too, Cazzara. I've got my finger wedged in front of the hammer of Cazzara's gun, Banaki. He can't fire. Stand back, Banaki.
You have quit us, Inspector. You're going down these stairs.
Not without you, Cazzara. Yeah. Instead of Cazzara landing on top, I landed on top. He tried to get my gun. I let him have it. Roll him over. A bullet through his heart. One through the head. This time, Cazzara really is dead.
Superintendent Scott, I want to congratulate Inspector Monahan and Detective Banaki for getting this killer.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. And everyone in Pittsburgh gave a sigh of relief when they knew that Killer Cazzara was finally dead.
Now we come to one of the most important parts of our program, the broadcasting of police bulletins and wanted notices concerning persons most urgently sought by the police at this time.
These clues, which are broadcast by Gangbusters as a public service to help combat the present crime wave, so far have resulted in the apprehension of almost 300 criminals, many of them murderers, kidnappers, and bank robbers. While these clues are being checked for last-minute developments, here's a word from Waterman. A doctor asks, I seem to write several hundred more prescriptions when I use Waterman's blue-black ink in my fountain pen. Can this be so? A secretary asks, does Waterman's blue-black ink go farther, or do I just imagine it? Well, the answer to both questions is Waterman's blue-black ink does go farther, up to 3 times farther than any other inks tested by a nationally known independent laboratory. When you use Waterman's blue-black ink in your fountain pen, every filling means up to 6,500 extra words before you have to fill again. Why? Because Waterman's blue-black ink is all ink, no dilution, no solvent. So for greater writing convenience, to save time and bother, get Waterman's blue-black ink, only 10 cents at all stores. There are 7 other brilliant Waterman's colors: jet black, washable blue, South Sea blue, brown, green, purple, and red. All in the famous tip-fill bottles, and all only 10 cents. And now, Gangbusters Clues. Gangbusters is the only radio program set up to broadcast throughout this entire nation actual clues to persons most urgently sought by the police. Attention, please.
Attention. Urgently sought on charge bank robbery. Matthew Kimes and Olaf Alvin Rogers. These men alleged to have robbed State Bank at Morton, Texas, forced employees and others into vault, and escaped in stolen car with more than $17,000. Listen carefully to their official description.
Matthew Kimes, K-I-M-E-S, 38, 5 feet 7 inches, 181 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes, ruddy complexion, heavy build, wears colored glasses most of time.
Second alleged bank robber.
Olaf Alvin Rogers, 39, 5 feet 7 1/2 inches, 120 pounds, dark brown hair, blue-gray eyes, tattoos, woman's figure on upper left arm, woman's head on lower left arm. Be on alert for Matthew Kimes and Olaf Alvin Rogers, alleged bank robbers.
Texas authorities are seeking the slayer of Elnora Collins, 30, whose burned and bruised body was found in a lonely spot on the outskirts of Beaumont, Texas. The man most urgently wanted for questioning in connection with this murder is Riley Brown McCain. Listen carefully to this man's description.
Riley Brown McCain, 40, 5 feet 11 inches, 150 to 165 pounds, ruddy complexion, dark brown hair, thin and gray, combed straight back, turquoise blue eyes, eyelids twitch when talking, speaks rapidly, wanted for questioning, Riley Brown McCain.
These are the clues of the persons most urgently sought by police tonight, November 24th, 1945. If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. Now, here's Commissioner Valentine.
Next week, Gangbusters will present Inside Facts on the last of the Wild West gunmen, a case history of a gangster's activities that covered close to half a century and ended in one of the most unusual ways I've ever come across.
For the thrilling, authentic dramatization of the last of the Wild West gunmen, listen next week, same time, same station, to Gangbusters. And any time, anywhere, when you are buying a fountain pen or when you are buying ink, always look for the name Waterman. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Are you looking for a good investment, one that is absolutely safe, one that pays good dividends, one that proves your patriotism? Then buy Victory Bonds and hold the bonds you've already bought. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
This is Conrad Nagel inviting you to stay tuned for the next half hour for one of radio's outstanding dramatic productions on Proudly We Hail.
Proudly We Hail. And now another Proudly We Hail, one of radio's outstanding dramatic half hours, transcribed coast to coast in cooperation with this station and presented by your Army and your Air Force. From Radio City, New York, here is your host and star on Proudly We Hail, the distinguished star of the theater, screen, radio, and television, Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, Kenneth Ganghart. Hello, everyone. Welcome again to Proudly We Hail. Our play is entitled The House on the Hill, And we promise you a thrilling story, and you'll meet some very strange characters. Our first act will begin in just a moment after this very important message.
The United States Army, the senior service, needs capable young men with ambition who want to continue their education. If you fill the bill, the Army will send you to one of its fine technical schools to study radio, radar, meteorology, or mechanics. You will not only get the finest training in the world, but you will have the special pride that goes with wearing the uniform of the United States Army, the mark of a man. You will find there are plenty of chances to get ahead, for your Army is growing fast, and keen young men can grow with it. Why not get all the facts about what the Army has to offer you? Go to your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station. Have a talk with the recruiting sergeant and learn more about your United States Army. And now, with your star Conrad Nagel in the role of Mark Jason, your Army and your Air Force present the proudly we hail production, The House on the Hill. There are people still living in Galensburg who remember that summer. It was one of the hottest on record. But heat or no heat, it would have been remembered for other reasons. Reasons dark and ugly, buried now under more than 50 years of time. You might say it began on a scorching afternoon in August at the turn of the century.
How much farther?
Another mile. When we get up around that bend there, you'll be able to see the place. Great, big, ugly barn sitting on the hill looking down at the rest of the world.
They own the whole town?
Named after him. When Tom Galen was alive, it was different. Much different. I was just a young sprout, but I remember him. Handsome fella. Tall, liked everybody. Everybody liked him. Nothing stuck up or highfalutin. He ran the plant then. Folks still talk about those times. Well, mighty good. Mighty good. And then he married that woman. You got business with her?
Well, no, not exactly. Why?
You'll see.
How did Tom Galen die?
Drowned in the lake. So they say. He loved the water. Had a little sailboat. Around sunset one night he went out. Nobody saw him go. A big storm came up, and later they found the boat.
And they never found him?
How do you know?
I just thought that's what you meant.
Did. Dragged the lake for days. And that wave-faced woman of his sitting up there.
Did they have any children?
3 boys. Some tell you 4.
Oh, I don't follow you.
Look up there.
Oh. Yeah, you were right. Did Tom Galen build that place?
Built it for her, just before he died.
What a monstrosity.
Lives up there like a queen with those spoiled, weak-jawed brats of hers. Hope you ain't a relative.
No, nothing like that.
Only good one of the bunch was Dick, just like his father. He couldn't break him. He left about 5 years ago. Somebody said once they heard he joined the Army and went to fight in Cuba. You planning to stay with him for long?
No, I hardly think so. Hey, you want to wait and give me a ride back to town?
They got one of them telephones up there. You call the hotel when you want me. I don't want to wait. Place gives me the creeps. Makes me feel bad.
Yeah, I agree. It's ugly enough. Look, I don't feel like walking back to town on a scorcher like this. I'll pay you double if you'll wait.
Sorry, mister. You call the hotel. Yeah, you know something else?
What?
We're going to have a storm. Gangbusters. Hadn't had one more than 2 months.
How can you tell that?
I know all right. You wait and see.
There's a train leaving at 10 tonight. Let's say if I don't call you pick me up at 9, huh?
Like to, but you better call first. If I'm busy, Mr. Chubb can bring you down.
Who's Mr. Chubb, the servant?
I don't know who he is or what he is. He lives there with him. Came a week or 2 before Tom Galen drowned. Never left. He does what she tells him.
Hey, how do you know all this?
I know, mister. I ain't told you half of what I know. I think. Whoa, Nellie. Whoa, up there now. Whoa.
Well, hey, what are you stopping for?
As far as I go.
As far as you go? Now, look here. I paid you to bring me to the Galen house. There's still a good quarter of a mile to go.
You see that gate there, mister? That's where Galen property begins, and that's as far as I go. You just walk down that drive. Won't take you long.
Yeah, but why?
I ain't asked you your business. Don't ask me mine.
Well, I beg your pardon, miss.
Who are you? What do you want?
I didn't mean to startle you. I was on my way to the house there.
You wish to see someone?
That's right, Mrs. Galen. You're not Mrs. Galen.
Who, me? No, I'm Emily Merriman, Mrs. Galen's companion.
Companion?
Yes, I look after her, read to her, write her letters, that sort of thing.
Oh. Well, then you could introduce me to her.
I don't know your name, sir, or what you want.
My name is Mark Jason.
You want something, mister?
Mr. Chubb, must you always be popping up out of nowhere?
Who is he?
This is Mr. Jason, and he's here to see Mrs. Galen on business.
What business? How did he get here?
I got a ride in the carriage to your gate back there. The driver wouldn't come any further. I'm beginning to see why.
You must forgive Mr. Chubb.
What do you want with Mrs. Galen?
Whatever I want. I'm sure it's no concern of yours.
You're wrong. Mrs. Galen doesn't want to be disturbed. You can write her and make an appointment.
You can go to the devil. I've gone a long way out of my way to see Mrs. Galen. It's a very hot day, and I'm getting sick and tired of all
Mr. Jason, please, it's just that Mr. Chubb is suspicious of strangers.
Well, why? What's he afraid of?
You better get moving, mister, or I'll help you.
Stop it. I'll be responsible for Mr. Jason. Now, please leave us alone, Mr. Chubb. Go back to the house. Just go away.
I'll see what Mrs. Galen has to say about this.
Oh, what a charming fellow. What's he do? Haunt the house?
I don't know what he does. He's been here for many years. I'm sorry he was so rude. What is it you want, Mr. Jason?
You see, I knew Richard Galen. He was a friend of mine.
Richard? You mean...
Oh, did you know him?
No, I never met him. But I've heard them speak of him. Where is he?
He's dead, Miss Merriman. He died in Cuba at San Juan Hill. See, we were in the Army together.
Dead? And they don't know, but I thought...
Well, he used a different name.
They knew he was in the Army because he wrote a letter just before he went in. Mrs. Galen told me that.
The night before he died, he told me his real name and a little about his family. He made me promise I'd keep it a secret no matter what happened. I was passing through, and I thought the least I could do would be to, stop and tell Mrs. Galen about Dick.
It's very kind of you.
I imagine it'll come as a bad shock to her.
Mrs. Galen... Well, she isn't like most women. She's very bitter about Richard. She never forgave him for running away. Come along, Mr. Jason.
So I guess that's about all there is to tell, Mrs. Galen. I'm very sorry to be the bearer of such news.
Richard is dead. Well, it serves him right. He was a spoiled and willful boy. He had no love for any of us.
That's what I heard you saying about Dickie, Mother.
He's dead.
Dead? Well, what do you know about that, poor Dick? How?
He was killed in Cuba fighting. This man, Mr. Mason, was with him.
Mr. Jason.
This is my son, Harold. He knows enough to stay home and behave himself.
How do you do? Beastly hot, isn't it? I could use a drink.
Do you have a way back to town, Mr. Jason?
The man who brought me up here said you had a telephone. I can call a carriage.
Telephone's broken. Can't get anything on it but a buzz. I hardly think it's worth keeping, Mother.
It's only 2 miles back to town, Mr. Jason. If you start now, we should get there before the storm.
Well, don't you have anyone who can take me back? I don't want to miss my train.
I can't spare Mr. Chubb. If Harold cares to take you, he may.
Oh, come, Mother. You know how tired I am.
Where's Lester?
He went over to the Maylands after lunch. Said he'd probably stay for dinner.
Stay for dinner? How dare he do that without telling me?
Mrs. Galen, I could drive Mr. Jason back to town.
You could do no such thing. You're never around when I want you, young lady.
Thank you for the offer anyway, Miss Merriman.
Thank you for the offer, Miss Merriman. He's no fool. A gentleman.
I suppose you think me a cruel and heartless woman, Mr. Jason.
Well, it's of little consequence what I say, Mrs. Galen. I did what I thought would be a service.
Would you have felt any better had I burst into tears?
Whatever your feelings are, you have to live with them.
Indeed. What time did you say your train left?
I didn't say, Mrs. Galen. It leaves at 10 o'clock. So I'll bid you good day.
Isn't he the one? You don't faze him a bit, Mother.
Be still. If you would care to stay and have supper with us, you may. After that, Harold can drive you back to town.
I don't wish to intrude.
Since you already have, we might as well make the best of it.
Mother, I'm not going to drive if there's a storm, and there's going to be one.
You will do as I say. It's been a long time since we've had anyone stay to dinner. You've been honored, Mr. Jason.
What in the world are you doing in a place like this?
What do you mean?
Well, the first thing I noticed about you was the fear in your eyes. You were standing to the path watching this house as though you wanted to run for your life but couldn't. Now I see why. That woman isn't normal. And Harold. And if the other one's like him, I don't believe that Dick was from the same family.
He's worse. Much worse.
Well, why do you stay here? This whole place has an atmosphere of something evil. You can almost smell it. And this house. You look at it. Look at the way it stands. Its windows gaping at...
What is it? What's the matter?
Look. There are bars on those windows up there. Why is that?
I don't know.
You don't know? What's up there?
I don't know. No one is ever allowed to go above the second floor. Mr. Chubb lives up there.
The driver said 4.
4? For what?
Listen, the only reason I'm still here is because of you. I know that sounds impertinent. I've only known you since I came upon you an hour or so ago, but I want to help you.
Oh, that's very kind of you, but there's
You like living here?
I hate it.
Do you have any affection for that woman?
No,
Why do you stay here?
I'm afraid.
I know that. But of what?
I can't explain it. She's never said anything right out, but I have a feeling that I'm a prisoner here. And if I tried to leave, something might happen. Oh, I know that sounds ridiculous, but after you live in a place like this for a while, you find that your thoughts are crazy.
Yes, I can imagine.
I was hoping you'd stay at least for... What is it? What's the matter?
Up there in that window.
What?
The narrow one. When the lightning flashed, I thought I saw a face. It didn't look human.
Conrad Nagel, starring in the role of Mark Jason in the proudly we hail production, The House on the Hill, will return in just a moment for the second act. Your growing United States Army needs qualified young officers, and a brand new regulation says you can apply for OCS, Officer Candidate School, before you enlist. You must be at least 19 years old and able to pass the mental and physical exams for Army officers. A high school diploma is your best qualification. You'll be taught many interesting subjects, and it'll be a great day when you line up for your commission. You'll be proud to be an officer in the United States Army with good pay and allowances for quarters and food. This is a great opportunity for young men, and you should take advantage of it now. If you think you can make the grade, get all the details at your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station. You are listening to Proudly We Hail. And now, with your star, Conrad Nagel, in the role of Mark Jason, we present the second act of The House on the Hill.
So, you and Brother Dickie were heroes together, huh? Ah, poor Dickie. Never liked us, me, arrest her mother. You know, one time Chubb caught him trying
Harold.
to... It was...
Be still. Keep your tongue buttoned up.
Oh.
Mr. Jason's not interested in our family problems.
Oh, you're wrong, Mrs. Galen. You see, I've never met a family quite like yours.
You don't say. In what respect?
I thought a great deal of your son.
Emily, it's your dinner. You sit there and peck at your food like a sparrow.
Mother, I'm not driving any carriage in this train or no train.
Did someone call?
I heard nothing.
I heard someone shout. It seemed to come from above.
It was the thunder. Marie, you may clear the table. And tell Felix to get the carriage ready. Mr. Jason will be wanting to leave at once.
Mother, you can't
Mr. Chubb will drive. He doesn't mind the rain.
Miss Merriman, was there something you wanted to tell Mrs. Galen?
To tell me? What have you got to tell me, Emily?
I'm leaving, Mrs. Galen. Tonight. I'd like the money you owe me. I haven't been paid since I came here.
You ungrateful little wretch. How dare you? You're leaving. You'd like the money. Go to your room at once. In the morning, you can apologize.
The little sparrow doesn't like it here either.
I'm leaving, Mrs. Galen. You can't make me stay.
You will stay as long as I will have you.
Oh, I think not, Miss Galen. Miss Merriman has told me that she'd like to go back to her folks. I intend to see that she gets there.
Oh, conspiracy behind my back. You think you know something, and now you want to leave. Is that it, you snooping slut? Is it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Harold, tell Mr. Chubb I would like to see him. Call to him from the second floor.
But not now.
Do as I say.
Miss Merriman, is your bag packed?
Yes.
I think you'd better get it.
Neither of you will leave here in any carriage of mine. And you deceitful troll, you're not leaving tonight at all.
Chubb! Mother wants a word with you, Chubb.
Please, Mr. Jason. You'd better leave now before he comes. You'll sick him on me like a dog.
Now, don't be frightened. I'll meet you in the hall. Go on now.
Emily, you stay right where you are. Emily, come back here. How dare you?
Calm yourself, Mrs. Galen.
After Mr. Chubb is done with you, you can crawl back to town. Mr. Chubb! Mr. Chubb, come down here at once! Hello! Why doesn't he answer?
How do I know?
Well, go up the stairs and knock on the door.
Hey, Chubb! You want him so badly, Mother, you go get him. He's having another one of his spells.
Listen, nincompoop. Where are you going, Mr. Jason?
To help Miss Merriman with her bag.
Mr. Chubb!
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait till it lets up a bit. Why, what is it?
The servants. They've gone.
Gone?
I heard them tell Mrs. Galen the next time Mr. Chubb had one of his spells, they'd leave.
Oh. Does he have them often?
Yes. Mr. Suspectus has been here. It's horrible.
Easy now. Nobody's going to hurt you, Emily.
But they took the carriage. I saw them from the window when the lightning flashed.
Well, is there only one?
Lester took the other. Where is she now?
Well, I left her in the hall, about ready to fraud them out. Look, I'll tell you what. There's no need for us to get down there and listen to her rave. Suppose we stay here in your room until the storm lets up. And then we can walk back to town.
I suppose I should be shocked at having you in my room at all. Somehow I'm not. I'd feel safer if you'd lock the door.
Yes, that's a good idea. Yeah, we'll really give her something to scream about.
I can never thank you for what you've done. Never.
No, it won't be much fun walking. The road will be a mess after this.
Oh, I won't mind. I don't care what it's like or how far it is. Just so I can feel safe again. Just so I'm not always afraid. And I'm never sure what I'm afraid of.
Oh, no, you can start getting over that right now. By telling me about yourself. About... Good Lord.
Please don't go out there.
No, I've got this poker. I'll be all right. Come on, I'll stay in there.
No, I won't be left alone. What is it? What happened? Oh, Helen, go up there at once.
Oh, for the love of... It's Chubb. Or what's left of him.
Look there on the stairs.
Emily, run. Mrs. Galen, whoever or whatever you've been keeping up there is loose.
Oh, no, that can't be. Mr. Chubb!
Look, what's
left of Mr. Chuck is on the landing.
Oh, no!
I'm getting out of here.
Why don't you come back? Come back!
Mrs. Gale, is there someplace we can go until...
Can't be for 25 years. Who have you had up there?
Look, that smoke. The guy set the place on fire.
My house on fire. How dare he set my house on fire? Darling, now you go back with
Look, grab her arm, Emily. Grab it. Hold it tight. We have to get out of here. This place is going up like a tinderbox. Look, we get back to the stables. Now, come along, Mrs. Galen.
Take your hands off me. I can stand where I want. Oh! You're coming down here after me. No, Thomas, no.
Now, look, whoever you are, we don't mean to harm you. Open that door, Emily. Now, take my hand and hold on. Keep your head down.
Will he come out here?
I don't know, but mad as he is, I shouldn't think he'd stay in there and burn up.
Well, if he comes...
Oh, wait a minute. You go back with Mrs. Galen.
No.
I'll stand here by the door. With the light from the fire, I'll see him soon enough.
I said he was there all the time.
Yes, soon enough.
He hardly
devil.
looks like a man.
Stop it. Stop it. Get hold of yourself, Emily. I know this whole thing has been a horrible nightmare. You'll do no good by having hysterics.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let myself go.
Of course you didn't. I don't know how you managed to hold up for so long, but just try to hang on a little longer, huh? This storm will soon be over.
What do you suppose happened to Harold?
Well, if he maintains the speed he left at, he should be in town by now.
Thomas, don't touch me!
You, put her down! Put her down!
Mark, are you all right?
Yes, I think so. Lord, he's a powerful brute. Here, help me out.
You can't do anything now.
Don't tell me what I can do, girl. You wait here. Yes, he carried her back into that house.
Please tell me what you found out.
Well, Emily, they couldn't tell much. See, neither Harold nor Lester were ever aware that there was someone else living in the house. Whenever they heard anything, they thought it was Chubb. Well, they grew up with it. They got used to it. You see, Dick never did. He knew something wasn't right. That was one reason he left. Although he didn't say too much about it that last night in Cuba.
Incredible. I've lived there for almost a year, and I never knew. I knew something was wrong, but that was just a feeling and nothing else.
Where she found that Chubb, no one will ever know. But it was their secret together, and they certainly kept it very well.
Mark, do they know who it was for sure?
You know who it was. Just as well as I do.
Well, was there any proof?
We saw the proof.
But why did she do it?
Well, I guess the easiest way out of that is to say that she was mad to begin with. I don't know why she did it. Maybe she hated him because she couldn't break him, or because everyone liked him. Who knows?
But her own husband, right?
For 25 years, she kept her own husband a prisoner in his own house. To help it, Chubb turned him into a raving maniac. It was horrible. It's tragic. But look here. You know, I think it's time we talk of other things. Like Emily Merriman and Mark Jason, huh?
Well, I think that would be nice. Why don't you start?
All right. Oh, I should say ladies first. So once upon a time, there was a man named Mark Jason who was on his way to Colorado. And on his way there, he met a very pretty girl.
Our star, Conrad Nagel, will return in just a moment with a word about next week's show. The United States Army, the senior service, needs capable young men with ambition who want to continue their education. If you fill the bill, the Army will send you to one of its fine technical schools to study radio, radar, meteorology, or mechanics. You will not only get the finest training in the world, but you will have the special pride that goes with wearing the uniform of the United States Army, the mark of a man. You will find there are plenty of chances to get ahead, for your Army is growing fast, and keen young men can grow with it. Why not get all the facts about what the Army has to offer you? Go to your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station. Have a talk with the recruiting sergeant and learn more about your United States Army. This has been another program on Proudly We Hail, presented transcribed in cooperation with this station by the United States Army and the United States Air Force Recruiting Service. Proudly We Hail stars Conrad Nagel. Supporting Mr. Nagel in the role of Emily Merriman was Helen Christian. The House on the Hill was written by DeWitt Kopp. The music was composed and conducted by John Guarnieri. This program was produced under the supervision of Charles and Rogers Productions and directed by Charles Wilkes. This is Kenneth Banghart speaking, and here again is your host and star, Conrad Nagel.
Well, friends, we hope you join us next week for Proudly We Hail and come with us to Scotland for a light comedy entitled Highland Fling, a program which we're sure you'll enjoy. Until then, goodbye.
In the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. This rebroadcast is especially for the American Armed Forces and their allies. Now let's join Dr. Campbell as he enters Dr. Watson's study. Here we are once again in Dr. Watson's study.
Come in, Mr. Campbell. Come in. Here, sit down and relax. You look a bit wilted, old fella.
Oh, yes, it's such a beautiful spring evening. I thought I'd walk over. In fact, it's so beautiful I dawdled most of the way, drinking in the warm air and the smell of things growing until suddenly I realized I was blame well going to be late if I didn't hurry. So I ran the last 3 blocks.
Yes, I know how it is. this lovely spring weather is certainly conducive to indolence. My household claim that when I go out to do the spring planting, I spend most of my time leaning on the spade, sniffing, and listening to the birds. Not an unpleasant way to pass the time of day, incidentally. Yes, a day like today is almost as relaxing as a Turkish bath. Which reminds me of a curious and gory experience that Holmes and I had in just such an establishment some years ago.
It sounds suspiciously like the gentleman who said bang. Oh, speaking of explosions.
Now, Mr. Campbell, you must never complain about the way that a storyteller begins his yarn. Anything is better than an abrupt beginning. Now, put me all out. Where was I?
In a Turkish bath, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yes, it's Turkish bath. You're not mistaken. Yes, that's it. Well, now, to begin at the beginning, it was in the hectic, hair-raising, and I might even say the glorious days of the great battle of wits between Sherlock Holmes and the notorious Professor Moriarty.
What you might call a real battle of the titans, eh, Doctor?
Indeed it was, Mr. Campbell. Things had been unusually hectic for Holmes for several months. Moriarty had been particularly active, and Holmes had had many sleepless nights. Finally, things had calmed down a bit, and I tried to persuade him to take a badly needed holiday. The net result being that he finally did agree to have an afternoon off and accompany me to a Turkish bath. As a matter of fact, both Holmes and I had a weakness for the Turkish bath. Over a smoke, in the pleasant lassitude of the drawing room, I've often found him less reticent and more human than at any other time.
The heat melted his cast iron reserve, eh, Dr. Watson?
Only slightly, Mr. Campbell, only slightly. Well, as I was saying, on the upper floor of a certain Northumberland Avenue establishment, there is an isolated corner where two couches lie side by side, and it was on these that we were lying. Holmes had just shot his long, sinewy arm out of the towels which enveloped him and was fishing about in the inside pocket of his coat. He hung beside him.
I put it. Where on earth did I put it? Oh, confound the thing. Watson. I forgot to bring my tobacco.
Oh, relax, Holmes. Just relax. Forget about tobacco. Forget Moriarty and relax. That's what we came in here for.
Burble, 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 burble. I am relaxed, my dear fellow. I want to smoke.
What about the burble? Nothing like the peace and seclusion of a Turkish bath.
Mr. Holmes. Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Hello? Gus, the steam room attendant seems to be paging you.
Oh, my goodness. Now what?
Has anyone seen Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Here I am, Gus. Here I am. What do you want? Come on.
Oh, Mr. Holmes. It's good I find you. There has been an accident, Mr. Holmes. A bad accident. It's Lord Canterbury. He's in his dressing room, covered with blood.
Oh. In that case, I fancy you want Dr. Watson, don't you? Not me.
I'll be with you in a minute, Gus.
Oh, no, not Dr. Watson. It's too late for you. He's dead.
Dead?
Stabbed in 6 places. Come and look at him, Mr. Holmes, please.
Dead? Dear me. All right. I'll come at once.
Good gracious me. What's all the commotion? Why can't we have a little peace and quiet around here? What's the meaning of this, Gus? Why are these two persons talking at the top of their voices?
My dear whoever you are, I was never under the impression that the Olympia Baths were a church. Furthermore, my dear never mind the name.
Tunbridge. Frederick Gilbert Tunbridge, a Liberal leader in the present Parliament, which everyone knows and keeps abreast of the time.
My dear Mr. Tunbridge, I do not concern myself with trivialities. Furthermore, as I was saying before being so rudely interrupted, you may be interested to know that your hated rival, Lord Canterbury, the Conservative leader, with whom you are known to have publicly locked horns on several occasions.
What if I have? What's he done now, the old fool?
If you mean Lord Canterbury, he's done absolutely... Yes, he hasn't done anything, and probably never will again.
What are you blithering about?
Well, it seems that Gus has just discovered your, shall we say, political vis-a-vis dead in his dressing room.
Oh, you mean he's had a heart attack?
No, I don't mean anything of the kind. He's been stabbed. In how many places did you say, Gus?
In 6 places, Mr. Holmes.
But that's impossible. I talked to him not half an hour ago. We had a little conference, Sub Rose, you understand? While he was waiting for Gus to come in and give him his fat out. Well, he was quite all right when I left him.
Oh, really? Are you sure?
What do you mean? Of course I'm sure. Canterbury was alive and dressing like a trooper when I left him. I passed Gus in the corridor as I came out of Canterbury's dressing room. He'll tell you the old boy was alive and kicking.
Oh, will he? How about it, Gus?
It is true I hear swearing, but from which dressing room it comes I could not be sure. The walls are so thin, you understand.
Yes, indeed. It's quite true the dressing room walls are thin.
Gus, who is this person, and why is he asking all these stupid questions?
But, Mr. Turnbridge, this gentleman is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the famous detective.
I've never heard of him.
Not even with you there, Holmes.
Well, send for Scotland Yard. This is a matter of national importance.
Quite, yes. I think you're quite right. You may as well send for Inspector Lestrade, Gus. Scotland Yard will have to be informed in any case. In the meantime, however, well, I think I'll take a look.
Well, in the meantime, Mr. Whoever you are, I insist that everything be left strictly alone.
Very well, then, Mr. Thingamabob, if you insist, but you'll be losing valuable time.
I most emphatically do insist.
Well, I'm getting out of here.
Beat you out, like on the pony.
You can do without me.
Just a moment, gentlemen. Just a moment, if you please. I think it's only fair to point out to you all that suspicion is bound to fall on anyone who leaves before the authorities have had a chance to search and question him.
Search me? Oh, you mean I have to be searched?
We seem to have stirred up quite a hornet's nest, eh, Watson?
Yes, and I brought you in here for a rest.
Well, Lestrade?
Nasty mess, eh, Mr. Holmes? Knife from the back.
Yes, not once, but 6 times. Deep, ferocious thrusts. Quite unnecessarily brutal. And, if I may say so, bloody.
Yeah. Place looks like a charnel house.
Yes, whoever did the deed must have been drenched in blood. Might tell your men to search for blood-stained towels or garments, will you, Lestrade?
Yes. Well, I'll pick up anything that's got blood on it. Never you fear, Mr. Holmes. I've ordered a search of everybody and everything on the premises.
Yes, that's not going to be very popular with Mr. Tunbridge, eh, Holmes?
Oh, I wouldn't care if he was the Archbishop of Canterbury. When Scotland Yard says search everybody, we search everybody. Besides, everybody knows he and the corpse here are bitter enemies. They fought like cat and dog. How long would you say he'd been dead, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, I don't know. About, let me say, an hour and a half. Took barely 40 minutes to get you here, Lestrade. And Canterbury had been dead, let me see, over half an hour when Gus found him.
Yes. Gus, did the doorman notice who left the establishment during the half hour before the body was found?
Yes, sir. Only old Mr. Welford. And he's too feeble and nearsighted to do a crime like this.
Was the door to Lord Canterbury's dressing room locked?
No, sir.
Oh? And how does it happen that he lay here for over half an hour before anyone found him?
Particularly as he was down on the books for a massage half an hour before he was found.
Well, you see, I thought he was asleep. Lord Canterbury, sometimes he liked a little nap after he was in the steam room, and he didn't want I should disturb him.
Oh, that's very interesting. Then you did come in this room once before you realized Lord Canterbury was dead?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. But he was lying there so peaceful.
So peaceful, yes. On his back?
Yes, sir, just like we found him. It wasn't until the second time I come in I see he has his eyes open.
And the place is, shall we say, all spattered with blood?
It was so dark. The shades were drawn. It was not easy to see anything if you don't look close.
Even then, some people are unable to observe the most obvious facts.
And what might you mean by that?
Oh, just an observation, Lestrade. Just a gratuitous observation.
Come in. Well, Willis, what's up?
We searched the place from top to bottom, just like you said, Inspector. And there's no blood stains nowhere, except on this.
And what's that?
A pocket knife, sir, large size.
Oh.
The handle's been wiped off, but there's still some blood stains on the blade. We found it in the locker of a bloke named of Tunbridge.
Just a minute, Lestrade. Don't go off the deep end. Willis.
Yes, sir?
You say there were no bloodstains anywhere except on this knife.
Not a sign of a bloodstain nowhere.
You searched the dirty linen hampers, towels and lockers, where the customers had their clothes?
Oh, yes, sir. We searched everything. There's not a sign of blood anywhere but on that there weapon.
Amazing.
That's enough for me. This here is the murder weapon, and it was found in Tunbridge's locker. Bring him in here, Willis, and we'll have him on the carpet.
Yes, sir. Right away.
I knew he was the murderer from the beginning.
Who has the motive for killing Canterbury? This chap Tunbridge. Who had the opportunity? This chap Tunbridge. He admits himself he had a talk with the deceased and they had words. And where is this here bloodstained knife found? Nowhere but in this Mr. Tunbridge's locker.
Stupid place for a murderer to hide the fatal weapon in his own locker. Tunbridge isn't as stupid as that, Lestrade.
No? And why was it there?
Look here, this is an outrage, keeping me here like this. Well, don't you realize I have influence? Well, you might at least let me put on my clothes instead of hauling them about. I'll complain to the authorities. I'll have you dismissed, all of you.
Oh, maybe you will, sir. And then again, maybe you won't. But first of all, you'll answer some questions. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Knife? Yes, of course. It's mine. I've had it all my life. I used to take it fishing when I was a boy.
Oh, indeed. You have to explain its size, then.
Now I use it to open my letters.
Oh, you do? Are you sure that's all you use it for?
Yes, of course.
Then why are these here blood stains on it?
Blood stains?
Yeah.
Where?
Here and here and here. No, don't you touch it. We don't want to destroy any possible fingerprints.
But if it's mine, my fingerprints are already on it.
Yes, he's right there, Lestrade.
Furthermore, that stain doesn't look like blood to me. It's not red enough. It looks like rust.
As a matter of fact, if the stain is a nice blood red, it's fairly certain it's not blood. Now, this particular stain, as far as I see...
this particular stain to Scotland Yard, Mr.
Yes. Don't forget, my dear Lestrade, I invented the first infallible test for blood stains.
That's quite true, Lestrade. You did.
Yes, indeed. My test is infallible. It works on blood that is new or on blood that is old. I discovered the first reagent, which is precipitated by hemoglobin.
Sorry, mister, I'm sorry, but Scotland Yard hasn't any time for lectures. We believe in action. Now, Mr. Tunbridge, it's my duty to take you into custody, and it's also my duty to warn you that anything that you may say may be used in evidence against you.
Anything I say? Do you realize whom you're arresting? I'm a leading figure in British politics.
So was this fellow who lies here stabbed with your knife, which has still got bloodstains on it.
Lestrade, if you'll pardon me for saying so, in this case, it's not the bloodstains that are in evidence, but the bloodstains that are not in evidence, which is the significant factor.
What? Oh, what do you mean by that?
Simply that it would have been rather difficult for Mr. Tunbridge to have committed a murder as gory as this one without having bloodstains on the towel he's wearing or on the clothes which are still in his locker.
What was to prevent him from dropping his towel outside Lord Canterbury's dressing room, going in and knifing him in the back, then sneaking down to the shower rooms, not more than 20 feet down the corridor, and washing away the evidence?
Me going round about it in the nude? Certainly not.
Most certainly not, sir. Remember, my dear Lestrade, as you drag one of Britain's leaders away to jail, that it might have been possible for him to stab his enemy in a fit of temper, but he would never have dreamed of running up and down the corridors in his birthday suit. Oh, let me see. I'm afraid I shall have to look for another explanation of the missing bloodstains.
Holmes, it's late. Everyone else has left the Turkish bar.
Everyone but the faithful Gus.
Oh, I don't mind. Tonight we have by my house sauerkraut. I don't like sauerkraut. Besides, I've got to stay and lock up.
Then you'll have to wait till we find the bloodstains. They're here somewhere. That's why I sent home for my famous benzidine peroxide mixture. Somewhere on the premises there is a towel or linen or something that has bloodstains.
Oh, but we've been through the towels and the linen a dozen times, Holmes. No sign of blood. Furthermore, according to the establishment's checklist, there are no towels or any linen missing. Even Gus, his linen, which he washes himself, is hung here on the line.
You don't wash any linen but your own, do you, Gus?
No, Mr. Holmes. Everything go out to the laundry. I wash my own because I'd like to be fresh and clean. Twice a day I wash, noon and evening.
Yes. The evening's job hasn't been done yet, eh?
No. This one I washed this noon. It's my towel from this morning.
Oh, yes. This morning's towel washed this noon, yes. But was it? Canterbury was murdered in the middle of the afternoon about 3:30. Now it's now after 7 o'clock. Don't you see, Watson? This towel. Don't you see?
No, Holmes, I don't. I don't see a bastard thing. The towel's as clean as a whistle.
But not dry. If it had been washed at noon, it would be dry now. But it's still damp. Yes, it was washed after Canterbury's death.
Of course, to remove the bloodstains.
Gus? Mr. Holmes. That's why you didn't report the death until half an hour after Canterbury had died.
Oh, no.
You had to have time to remove the bloodstains.
But that's not true. Besides, you can't prove anything. The towel is clean now. There are no marks, no stains.
The very fact that there were no stains on it, Gus, first made me suspect you. Lord Canterbury was found lying on his back. And yet, when you informed us that he had been stabbed, you were quite definite about the number of times that he'd been stabbed. But in the back.
Yes?
Yes. How did you know that, Gus?
Well, I lift him up and I look.
Of course, I see what you're getting at, Holmes. He couldn't have done that. No one could examine the corpse without getting blood all over himself.
And yet, when Gus appeared to tell us of Canterbury's death, there wasn't a spot of blood on him. But if I can prove that this towel which you so carefully washed once had blood stains and that you were very careful to remove those stains...
That you will never prove. I have scrubbed, I have used soap, I have even boiled that towel. There is not even a suspicion of a blood stain left.
That is where you're wrong, my friend. Watson, run the water into this tub, will you? No matter how thoroughly you try to remove a blood stain, it will never... Out. Damn it, spots. Yes, we only need enough to moisten the cloth. Now I'll drop a few drops of my famous solution onto the cloth. There we are.
Well, all I can see is a lot of pale blue streaks.
Yes, it's undoubtedly blood.
Blood?
Yes, the curious blue streaks prove infallibly that there was blood on the towel. And now, Gus, how are you going to explain why you were so anxious to remove these bloodstains?
No, I did not do it. It was Mr. Turnbridge. He did it. The knife was his knife. There was blood on it. Let me out of here. It's not my fault. I don't want to.
Holmes, he's running away.
Hey, Watson, we can't let him escape.
Well, there he goes down the corridor.
He's gone into the steamboat.
Don't worry. I'll get him. Phew. The steam's thick in here. I can hardly see my hand before my face.
He must be in here. Look under the benches, Watson. Watson, leave the door open. Let some of this blasted steam out of here, will you?
I didn't shut the door. Holmes, you hear that?
The door. Someone's locked the door.
Hey, somebody, let us out. Let us out, you hear? We're locked in. We've been locked in by mistake.
No, you're wrong. It was no mistake, my friend.
Moriarty. He's here in the steamroom with us. Oh, that's just his voice through the ventilator. So you were behind this murder too, Professor?
Of course. Perhaps you would like to know why I had to kill Lord Canterbury.
Yes, indeed. That would be very interesting.
Good. I found it necessary to start a feud between the two great political parties because they're in danger of forming a coalition to pass certain housing reforms that would have proved very expensive to me. Well, what better way to break up an incipient collaboration than by killing one leader, having the other hanged for his murder?
Very ingenious, Moriarty. A pity you should have chosen such a clumsy tool as Gus.
Clumsy? Perhaps. But he fooled Scotland Yard, Mr. Holmes. It was just my ill luck that you should be on the premises when the accident occurred.
Thank you for the compliment.
Not at all. However, it's a mistake which I'm sure Gus will be able to rectify.
Gus? How?
Very simple. I've sent him to put more coals on the fire. Any moment now, there should be more steam. Yes, gentlemen, much more steam. I'm afraid that when you finish with this steam bath, you will never need another. No. You will be boiled alive.
He's right there. There comes the steam pouring out of the opening over our heads. If only we could reach that opening, we could stuff some of these towels into the pipeline and cut off the flow.
Well, Holmes, it's getting very hot here.
Wait. I have it. One of the long benches. I'll stand on the end. You'll have to balance it while I climb on the top. Talk, Watson. Make a noise. Anything to cover up the moving of the bench.
Very well. Oh, it's getting hot. Moriarty. This has gone far enough. We can't stand much more of this.
Steady, Holmes. Hand me up a towel, quick.
Moriarty, turn the steam off. You hear, Moriarty? Can't you hear? The heat, it's becoming unbearable.
Get more towels, Holmes.
Is it getting hot enough in there, gentlemen Boyle? I'm sure it is. Boiled nice and pink, boiled in steam, live steam. Goodbye, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Now what happened? You can't stand up there all night, Holmes.
Someone has to. Pressure's terrific. Huh? Very lucky. It will soon become so great that it may burst the boiler.
That's dangerous. Buildings will be known to collapse because of bursting boilers.
Nevertheless, it's our one chance. Only the confounded boiler burst before my arm is snapped in two.
But Holmes, your arm isn't as strong as the boiler plate.
Pressure. Pressure, my dear Watson. Measured per square foot of air surface. Quite a bit of surface to a boiler. The opening of this pipe is fairly small. All the same, I'm afraid I can't hold out much longer, Watson.
Hold on, Holmes. Hold on. It must burst soon. It must.
The pressure. My hands. My hands. Look out. Look out. Look out.
And you came through the explosion all right, Dr. Watson?
Well, I had a nasty crack where Holmes and the bench fell on me, and Holmes had the wind knocked out of him, but we were in fairly good shape by the time the fire brigade pulled us out from the wreckage.
Moriarty wasn't by any chance trapped or killed or something?
Unfortunately, no. But they found Gus, however, quite dead.
I suppose the exploding boiler did for him.
No, there was a bullet wound in the back of his head. I rather imagine that Moriarty wanted to make sure that he would never appear in court.
Doctor, if I had to go through what you went through in that Turkish bath episode, I think I'd never want to work on another case with Holmes again.
Oh, come now, Mr. Gamble. I certainly did feel like that for a couple of hours. But by the time we got back to Baker Street and sat down to one of Mrs. Hudson's good meals, well, I was ready for anything that Holmes had in mind. You know, there's nothing like a good dinner to make you feel a new man.
You have been listening to An Adventure in Crime with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson.
The Ethel Merman Show, previously scheduled for this time, will be heard at a new time and date to be announced shortly. Transcribed is Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there. This is Diamond. Hey, I got a beef. I went shopping for my girl Helen Asher the other day. You know, stuff for dinner. This town's gotten hotter than the blast furnace in Death Valley, so you got to pick out things that make for a cool meal, like salads, cold cuts, beer. Real picnic style. Well, I figured I could whip up a fancy tossed salad or something until I got around to the tomato counter. Have you glommed onto the price of tomatoes lately? Now, what's with that? So the cost of living is inflated. So a T-bone makes like it just arrived direct from the Sultan's classiest cow. Okay, a T-bone I can understand. But what's with a tomato? When it costs so much, it should be hanging from a charm bracelet instead of lying in a salad bowl. Who needs it? So I bowed from the waist and figured you could still do a lot of things with a plain head of lettuce. I got another beef, too. Why can't people start their killings in December when it's cool? Now, about a week ago, I got mixed up in the case, and before it was over, I took so many salt tablets. I am now the best seasoned private detective in New York. It started last Tuesday morning about 11 o'clock in an apartment on the Upper East Side.
Ginny?
Yeah, genius.
No cracks.
No cracks. We're both waiting for old Gibson to turn us into the cops, and you say no cracks. This whole rotten mess is your fault.
Well, how did I know the old goat wouldn't fall for it?
Well, he didn't. So we better start packing.
What for?
Because I don't want to play hostess to a lot of little men in blue. I'm allergic to handcuffs.
Relax, will you? They won't find us.
They can trace me from the other apartment.
How? Gibson don't know your real name. Did you leave anything in the other place that will lead him here?
No. Cleaned out everything except the clothes. I didn't have time to move them.
I noticed you got away with the mink.
What do you want me to do? Leave it behind?
No, we can hock it.
Hock it?
Yeah. You want to blow town? Takes cash. Cash I ain't got.
You're telling me.
Look, baby, if Gibson does go to the police, I'll have to hock the court so we can blow this joint, see?
All right. You go get rid of it, and I'll start throwing some things in her suitcase.
Who's that?
How would I know? Maybe it's the landlady.
Oh, I forgot. They're painting this floor today.
Yeah, I saw the painters in 206. They'll probably start in this room in a couple of hours.
Okay. Duck that cord. I don't want the landlady to spot it. Yeah, what? Gibson.
So you really are married, huh?
Who is it, Harv?
Hello, Virginia.
Mr. Gibson.
Yes, I waited around in front of the other apartment and followed you here. I wanted to be sure to send the police to the right place.
Look, Mr. Gibson, look.
You look, whatever your real name is. I don't like being blackmailed or threatened.
But please...
No, Virginia, my mind's made up. In a way, I'm sorry for you, but you didn't think about me. I'm past 60, and I'm tired of being made a fool.
Look, why don't you give her a break, Mr. Gibson? Now, I'm not asking for me.
That's very noble of you. You should have thought about that a few hours ago when you accused me of making love to your wife. You're not really married. There is no need of displaying your indignation. There'll be plenty of time for that when the police arrive.
Harv?
Yeah. Come in.
Hey, how dare you? Take your hands off me.
Look, you ain't calling nobody. You gonna listen to me?
You take your hands off me.
What are you going to do, Harv?
I'm gonna change this old goat's mind about calling the cops.
You can't threaten me.
No.
Oh, you struck me.
How'd you guess?
Harv, take it easy. He's an old man.
Your concern is misplaced, my dear. I can take care of myself. What?
Why, you... Give me that can.
I'll be glad to give it to you across your shoulders.
Give me that.
Harv, be careful.
Hit me with a can, will you?
No, young...
I'll shut you up for good.
Harvey! You idiot.
Huh?
You big, stupid idiot. Look what you've done.
All right, so what? No better next time. Throw some water on him. Well, did you hear me? Throw some water on him. What's wrong? Come on, Gibson. Come on. Holy cow.
Is he?
Yeah.
Shut up.
Gotta get him out of here.
Why you hit him with a cane? Now you're in trouble.
I'm in trouble. We're in trouble, baby. We. Stop that crying all over the place. Help me get him out of here.
How are we going to do it? It's broad daylight.
Yeah. Can't get him out of the building like this. We'll have to wait till night.
We can't leave him in here.
Why not?
The painters.
What do you mean? What?
They'll be here in a little while.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now what genius.
Shut up, will you? I gotta think.
Diamond Detective Agency, murders financed while you wait.
Oh, you idiot.
Oh, is this Toodles Asher, the belle of Park Avenue?
This is Helen Asher, the girl that goes steady with the Diamond Detective Agency.
Sounds like a fine organization. Are they reliable?
Very seldom.
Oh.
I'll tell you better as soon as I find out what I'm going to do tonight.
You're going to give your butler the evening off, and the Diamond Detective Agency is going to march through your front door, single file, and show you a shortcut to spend the bottle.
What time does all this begin?
How long will it take you to pucker?
About 2 seconds.
Well, I won't get there until 8. Don't hold it, or you'll end up looking like a Ubangi.
You're terrible.
Yeah, but I'm pretty.
So's a baboon.
Oh, what you said.
You won't be late, will you, Rick?
I don't know, after that last crack, I think I'd better start going steady with King Kong.
Rick.
No, I'm mad.
Ricky, I love you.
Only because I can hang by my tail and my fangs have that toothpaste smile.
I think you're the most wonderful man in the world.
Well?
I think you're the handsomest, the strongest, the smartest.
Well, all right. Now tell me something I don't already know.
Rick.
Bye, baby. See you at 8.
Bye.
A, I'm adorable. B, I'm so beautiful. C, Now, look, honey, I can't make it till 8 o'clock. I got a fan dancer who's a client. She wants to go out and trap an ostrich this afternoon.
Is this the Diamond Detective Agency?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Is this Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, what's the matter? You sound like you're standing on a body.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, please, you've got to help me. I just don't know what to do.
Now, take it easy. Who is it? What's wrong?
I thought it moved.
What moved?
The man sitting in my chair.
Well, that happens now and then. Why shouldn't he?
Oh, well, because he's dead.
What?
Yes. I came home this afternoon from girls' camp, and when I unlocked my door and went in, I found this, corpse sitting on my Hepplewhite.
On your what?
Hepplewhite. I don't know how he could have gotten there.
Hepplewhite?
No, the dead man.
What about Hepplewhite?
Who?
The guy this corpse was sitting on.
Oh, no. That's a chair. Hepplewhite's an old antique chair.
Oh.
Oh, now I'm so confused.
Well, move over, honey. Now, take it easy and give me one thing at a time. Who's the dead guy?
Well, I don't know. I never saw him before in my life.
Okay, now why haven't you called the police?
Well, I thought about that, but I'm a school teacher, Mr. Diamond, and I was afraid of the scandal. I read a lot of detective stories, and the first thing that came to my mind was calling a private eye.
Private eye. Mm-hmm.
You had the biggest ad in the phone book, so naturally...
Naturally. Well, give me your name and address, and I'll be right over.
Oh, Esther Blodgett, 419 East 79th Street, apartment 108.
Okay, Esther. Now, don't let anyone in and don't touch anything.
Oh, I know that, silly. After the initial shock wore off, I found myself in complete control.
What's the matter?
I'm so nervous. I just lit a cigarette. It tasted so good, I offered one to the dead man.
Well, if he takes it, remember how you did it. I'll be right over. Hepplewhite. Oh, is Walt going to have fun with this?
Homicide, Sergeant Otis.
Hello, Otis. Let me talk to the lieutenant.
Diamond?
No, this is Black Beauty. I just did a mile in 112, and I want to report that I've been doped.
Very funny.
I thought so. I didn't win the race, but I was the happiest horse on the track. Now, put the lieutenant on the phone.
Lieutenant Levinson.
Diamond, Walt.
I don't want any. You take your killings to another precinct.
Oh, now, don't be a sorehead. Giving you business is just my way of showing my friendship.
Can't we just be buddies at a distance? I'm getting tired of chasing corpses.
Well, grit your teeth and get over to 419 East 79th Street, apartment 108.
Homicide?
Yeah. A dame named Esther Blodgett reported that she lives there.
Who's dead?
Well, I don't know. Oh, yeah. A guy named Hepplewhite.
Hepplewhite?
You ask Esther about it. She'll put you straight.
Are you coming over?
Yeah. Bye. As I went out of my office, I thought about Esther Blodgett and wondered how mad she would be when the police turned up. I had to call them whether she wanted a scandal or not, because homicide comes first in my book. I'm an ex-cop, and I still follow the rules. It's not a conscience. I just like staying in business, so when someone turns up with a killing, I always let Lieutenant Walt Levinson know about it. I grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later, I was standing in Esther's apartment along with Walt, the dead man, and Hepplewhite.
Oh, you're a swell fella, you are.
What's the matter, Walt?
I've been going through that Hepplewhite routine for the last 10 minutes. I just found out it was a chair, that one right over there, the one that stiffs in.
Mr. Diamond, why did you call the police?
I thought you'd ask that.
Because that man's been murdered, Miss Blodgett. That's what good citizens do when they find a dead man in the apartment.
But the scandal. I'm a school teacher. What will my students' mommies and daddies think?
Honey, just confuse them with that Hepplewhite routine. What did you find out, Walt?
Not much. The coroner will be here in a few minutes.
Looks like someone gave him a pretty good beating. What's that all over his clothes?
Isn't that blood, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, he's been bleeding, all right. I mean that brown stuff, Walt. Looks like lint or something.
I noticed that, too. I don't know what it is. We'll have the lab analyze it.
Tell me, Esther, you said when you came in you unlocked the door.
Yes, that's right.
Are you sure it was locked?
Why, yes, it has a catch lock. Besides, you have to turn the key and then use the other hand to turn the knob.
Did you touch anything? Open any windows?
I touched nothing.
Oh. Well, there's a good one, Walt.
Yeah, a corpse sitting in a room with the door and all the windows locked. Do you always lock the windows when you go out, Miss Blodgett?
Well, I've been away for several weeks at a girls' camp.
Aren't you a little old for that sort of thing?
Oh, I've been counseling. One of the teachers who goes along to take care of the young girls.
What do you think, Rick?
Well, he wasn't killed in this apartment.
No signs of a struggle.
There's only blood around the chair and on the body. He must have been carried in.
There would be blood trails on the floor.
Not if he was carried in something. You say you never saw this man before, Esther?
Never in my life.
Any identification in his wallet?
Yeah, name's Gibson. Leland Gibson. No money taken either, so that eliminates the robbery angle.
Any address?
Yeah, he's got an old driver's license. 12 East 64th Street. Pretty classy district.
Judging by his clothes, he was well fixed. Tailored. Good store.
As soon as the coroner arrives, I'm going to check this apartment building. Maybe somebody heard something or saw something.
Let me check the 64th Street address for you.
This is a police job. Why do you want to check it?
Oh, because poor Miss Blodgett looks so unhappy.
I am, Mr. Diamond. I am very unhappy.
See, Walt?
So she's unhappy. If you want to check the place on your own, go ahead, but I'm sending some men over anyway.
Mr. Diamond, I like you.
Well, thank you, Esther.
No.
I want to hire you to catch the killer and free me from this awful policeman.
Awful policeman? Do you know how I got this way, Miss Blodgett?
Oh, I'm sure it wasn't easy.
Good for you, Esther.
I got this way because of this private detective.
Just call me Blue Eye.
Ever since he stopped working with me and left the force, I've gotten mixed up in more screwy cases than an alcoholic in a whiskey truck. There isn't 1 week that he doesn't turn up with 1 or 2 killings.
My, he gets excited, doesn't he, Mr. Diamond?
And in his spare time, he intimidates my sergeant.
Just call me Rick, dear.
I've taken enough bicarbonate in the last year to stop Vesuvius erupting. And if he doesn't give me a little peace and quiet, I'm going to end up solving a killing of my own.
Rick. My, that's a nice name.
How did you ever get to be a school teacher? You don't look the type.
Are you listening to me?
Oh, what makes me so different?
I've seen signs on highways that say it better than I can.
What are you two babbling about?
You mean the ones that say, danger, stop, look, and listen?
Well, that fits, but I was thinking about curves and soft shoulders.
Oh, no. Now, you listen to me, Diamond. This is serious business. A man's been killed in Miss Blatchett's apartment. If you want to take her on as a client, go ahead. But any questions from here on in will have to be gotten down at police headquarters.
You are taking me in, Captain?
Lieutenant. Yes, you'll have to come down for questioning.
Rick?
You go along with the big bad policeman, dear. I'll have you out in no time.
Well, all right, if you say so, but this has never happened to me before.
Oh, that's unfair. Oh, stop blubbering. Yes, what is it? Oh, you get out of here.
Oh!
Otis! Where the devil is Otis?
I left Walt jumping up and down in front of Esther and the corpse and headed for 12 East 64th Street. It was an old brownstone in one of the wealthier districts, and when I rang the doorbell, I got another surprise.
Yes?
Yes. Don't tell me you're a school teacher.
I beg your pardon.
You forget it. It's the landmarks that threw me.
What do you want?
Oh, do you know a Mr. Leland Gibson?
Yes, he's my father. Now, just who are you?
Name's Diamond. I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you, Miss Gibson.
It's Father. Something's happened to Father.
May I come in?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, yes. Now, please, what is it? What's happened to Dad?
Well, he's dead.
Oh, no. No.
Oh, look, I know this is tough, but you've got to help me. The police will be here in a minute.
The police?
Yes, your father was murdered.
Oh, I knew something like this would happen.
You did? Well, tell me about it.
Well, I don't mean that I expected Dad to be...
Okay, now, just take your time. Cry it out.
I'm sorry. Have you a handkerchief?
Sure, here.
Thank you.
Now, think you can talk about it?
Dad left the house about 3 weeks ago and moved into a hotel.
Did you have a fight or something?
Oh, no. Everything was fine, but...
No, hang on.
Things couldn't have been better, and he was in wonderful spirits when he left.
No arguments, no hard feelings? He didn't leave mad?
Oh, no, nothing like that.
Then, have you got any idea why he suddenly packed and moved into a hotel?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think it was a woman.
A woman?
Yes, he told me one day that he'd met someone he liked very much. The day after that, he moved to the hotel, but I never saw her, and he never said anything more about her.
Weren't you a little worried?
Naturally. Father isn't a young man, and wasn't.
Just one more question. What hotel did he move to?
It was the Adams on Madison Avenue. He used to go there 3 nights a week for dinner and a game of bridge before he decided to move in.
Well, thank you. Are you all alone?
Yes.
Got any friends you can call?
A few, I guess.
Well, call them. It's better not to be alone. And bawl your head off. It'll do some good.
I'll send you your handkerchief, Mr.
Diamond. Richard Diamond. It's in the book. For some reason, I've got a talent for leaving people emotionally disturbed. Walt hops around like a rabbit in a cabbage patch, and Otis always tears his hair out with a hands full. Miss Gibson was less active about it. She just tried to smile and shed enough grief to fill a tub. I grabbed another cab and headed for the Adams Hotel.
Yes, sir. Do you wish to register?
No, but I want to find out about someone who did 3 weeks ago.
Oh?
Yeah, Mr. Leland Gibson.
Why, yes, he's staying at the hotel.
From now on, that's past tense.
I don't understand. He hasn't notified us that he's leaving.
Well, that might be a little difficult. If you'll run down to the morgue, I think you'll find out you're stuck with an empty room.
The morgue?
Yeah. Mr. Gibson has taken over one of the slabs, rent-free.
Oh, my goodness. What happened?
He's kind of dead. When did you last see him?
Early this morning. He left the hotel around 10.
Know where he was going?
Why, no.
Do you remember him having any visitors in the last 3 weeks? A girl, I mean.
No. Are you looking for a girl?
Yeah. Mr. Gibson's daughter seems to think he was running around with a woman since he moved into the hotel.
Oh.
You say that like you knew what I was talking about.
It was common gossip around the hotel.
What was?
Well, Mr. Gibson has been coming to the hotel for many years. He used to eat dinner here 3 nights a week and then play bridge with some of the hotel regulars. Now, about a month ago, we took on a new waitress.
Uh-huh.
Now, it was very obvious that Mr. Gibson was quite taken by her. So much so that he moved into the hotel and ate at her table every night.
Oh, what was her name?
Virginia Pelgrim. Quite good-looking. About 5'3", dark brunette, very well,
I'd like to see her.
That's impossible. She left the hotel about a week after Mr. Gibson arrived.
Oh, so wasn't Mr. Gibson unhappy?
Oh, no. He was rather happy, in fact. I believe he wanted her to move so he could see her more often.
Now, what makes you say that?
Some of the things she said in the kitchen to the other girls.
You know where she might have moved?
No. But, you might check with the flower shop. Mr. Gibson used to send flowers every day.
Well, thank you. Well, I wasn't sure just where I was going, but Virginia Pelgrim was my best lead, and maybe she could tie the Gibson murder up with a silk ribbon. I talked to the flower clerk, and he gave me the address that the flowers had been sent to every day. It was a nice apartment in the village, and the landlady stuck her nose out like she was trying to smell me instead of see who was calling.
Yes?
I hope that door doesn't slam shut sometime. You'll have a bloody nose for weeks.
What do you want?
Roll out an eye with that nose, and I'll show you my badge.
Aren't you cops ever polite to anyone?
Well, there's a face that goes with it. I'm looking for a girl, about 5'3", dark brunette.
Don't land in the wrong place.
Her name's Pelgrim.
Oh, hush. She lives upstairs.
She does, huh? Is she in now?
No. Went out this morning. Hasn't come back.
And she probably won't. She have many visitors?
Only a couple. Men.
That figures. Ever see an elderly man, gray hair, about 60?
Sure, every day.
Know his name?
No.
You said she had a couple of visitors. Who else?
Another man. Younger, kind of greasy. Only came around a few times. Old man was there this morning, had an argument.
Could you hear what they said?
I don't snoop.
Anyone else?
No.
Who paid her rent?
She did. Cash.
Mind if I take a look at her apartment?
Got a search warrant?
No.
Then you can't.
Okay, thanks. You've been charming. I left the old bat and headed back to the schoolteacher's apartment. If I was right, I'd seen setups like this before. But there was still the problem of finding out how Gibson was killed and how he got into a locked room. When I pulled up, I saw the wagon, complete with corpse and coroner, pulling away for the morgue. And when I went in and knocked on the door, I was certain that they'd forgotten one of the bodies.
Oh, it's you, Shamans.
Why, Otis. They're leaving without you.
Who is?
The hearse. Shouldn't you be lying down or something?
Now you stop that Rick and get in here.
Hello, Walt. What's new?
Well, Rick.
Well, Esther, has Otis been using his rubber hose on you?
Oh, no, but I was getting lonesome. I'm glad you got back so soon.
You are.
As soon as you two stop rolling your eyes, maybe you can tell me what you found out, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah. Walt, send Otis down to the station for a search warrant. Then tell him to get over to 9 West 12th Street and see what he can find in the Miss Virginia Pelgrim's apartment.
Who's Virginia Pelgrim?
The only person who was mixed up with a murdered man. There was another man who used to see her, but I can't find out who he was.
All right. Otis, go get the warrant.
Yeah, Lieutenant. Thanks, Diamond.
A pleasure, Sergeant. What did you find out, Walt?
There were 11 people in the building at the time of the killing. None of them ever saw the guy before. Here's a list of the names. 3 people on this floor, 5 on the second, and 3 more on the third.
Have you talked to the landlady?
Certainly. She doesn't know any more about it than the rest.
What about that funny brown lint on the dead man's clothes?
We're checking on that right now. The lab said they'd call me.
Did the landlady say she had a key to this apartment?
Sure, but she hasn't used it but once since Miss Blodgett was away at girls' camp.
When did she use it?
3 days ago, when she had let the painters in. And she says that the windows and door were definitely locked, because after she aired the paint smell out, she locked them herself.
Painter, huh?
Yes, and I've been looking. You know, I think they did a terrible job. Why, the kitchen alone... yes, Rick?
Later, dear.
Yes, Rick.
Walt, did they paint the whole building?
They finished the second floor today. Oh, I'll get it, Miss Blodgett. Probably the lab.
Rick, do you know who did it?
Yeah.
I got a hunch.
Oh,
I see.
you're wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Lab, Walt?
Yeah. That lint you spotted on the dead man's clothes is from the mat that they put under rugs.
Mm-hmm. Walt, you were on all the floors. Did one of the apartments have a rug missing?
They're all missing from the second floor. The tenants took them down to the basement when the painters moved in.
Any off this floor or the third?
No, just the second.
Well, your killers are on the second floor, Walt.
How do you figure?
Well, let's look at what we've got. Dead body in a locked room. Blood on body and floor around body, but nowhere else in the room. Carried in a rug. Bullseye.
Oh, this is so exciting.
Esther.
Sorry.
Yeah, but how does a dame called Pelgrim figure into it? There's no Pelgrim listed in this building.
Well, there shouldn't be if I'm right. The dead man met Virginia Pelgrim while she was working as a waitress in his hotel. She gave him a pitch and he fell. He put her up in an apartment so he could see her more often.
So what?
I think she was working with another man. A man who was seen around her apartment by the landlady.
Then how did the body get over here?
The guy the dame was working with probably lives here.
What about the motive?
Well, my guess is that Gibson was being blackmailed, and he followed the girl here. He was probably going to yell cops, so they killed him.
Okay, now what about the locked room? Explain that.
I let the landlady of this building explain it, Walt. Go ask her one question. Who had this apartment before Miss Blodgett?
Esther.
Oh, I'm sorry, Esther.
Well, I can tell you that. A Mr. and Mrs. Austin, they moved to a smaller apartment and let me have this one. It's more rent, and they couldn't afford it, I expect. This is a better apartment, though. It has very...
Esther. What apartment did they take?
Oh, it's on the next floor. Apartment 209.
According to this list of people who were on the second floor at the time of the killing, the Austins are the only couple. What did Mrs. Austin look like, Walt?
Oh, about 5'3", dark brunette, very well.
Oh, say no more. Come on, Walt.
May I come?
No, Esther. You stay here. I'll be back later and discuss the better features of your nice little apartment.
Yeah?
I want to talk to you again, Mr. Austin.
Why? Told you everything I know.
Where's your wife?
In the back.
We're coming in.
Okay, you don't have to shove.
Who is it, Har?
Them cops again.
Well, hello, Virginia.
Do I know you?
Where's your rug, Mr. Austin?
What? It's down the basement.
Miss Pelgrim, how long have you been married to this man?
About 3... Hey, how'd you know me?
Shut up.
Know your name? You might as well tell the lieutenant everything. Why did you lie about knowing Mr. Gibson?
I didn't. I never saw him before in my life.
I didn't tell you the dead man's name was Gibson. How'd you know that?
Don't answer that.
Oh, shut up. You and your husband killed Mr. Gibson and carted him downstairs in a rug.
Why'd we do that?
Because the painters were on their way to paint your apartment. You had to get him out without being seen. You dumped him in Miss Blodgett's apartment because you knew she was out of town. And you used to live there, so you still had a key.
Here, shut up.
We've got enough to hold both of you on. The rug will have bloodstains on it.
Oh.
Get out, boy. Get out, Walt.
Why, Walt, you're so rough.
Yeah.
I didn't kill him. Harvey did. I didn't kill him.
Okay. You can tell me all about it down at the station. Hey, where are you going?
It's 6:30. I got a date.
What about Miss Blodgett? She's going to get lonesome again.
Yeah, she was born that way. I've got to see a girl who's going to hold a pretty interesting class of her own. Bye. Hi. Well, don't you look comfortable? Where's Francis?
I gave him the night off, like you suggested.
You're cute.
I've got a cool dinner in the library.
School day.
You sound happy.
Well, I was just thinking about a school teacher I knew once. That looks mighty toothy.
Sing for your supper.
What?
Got a new tune on the piano.
Oh, honey, I'm hungry.
You sing first, and then you can eat.
Oh, all right. What is it?
Right here. So in love.
Oh, okay. Strange, dear, but true, dear. When I'm close to you, dear, the stars fill the sky. So in love with you am I.
Oh, keep going. I'll get it.
Even without you, my arms full about you. You know, darling, why am I?
Some girl asking for you.
Oh, some girl. Wow.
I told her there was no one here but the piano tuner.
Oh? She leave her name?
Uh-huh. Hepplewhite.
Hepplewhite.
Yes. Who's she?
Come here, baby.
No. I want to know who she is.
I said come here.
No, Ricky.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Hepplewhite?
Oh, just a chair, baby. A cute blonde chair.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell, transcribed. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Georgia Ellis, Tony Barrett, Joan Banks, and Norman Field. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards. Now, this is Eddie King reminding you that Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the bestseller novel, Mrs. Mike, and inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned every Saturday for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Sam Spade Detective Agency?
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, where have you been?
I've been tasting the bitter with the sweet at Miss Wigginson's School for Girls, sort of a special course in homicidal apiculture.
Apiculture?
Mm-hmm.
There were apes involved?
Effie, where is your Latin? Apis, apianus, of or pertaining to bees.
Oh, bees, of course. It was a bee caper?
It was a beekeeper caper.
Oh, that's funny, Sam. That's a honey.
Effie, put these words down in your little book. Honey, sweetness, hives, combs, etc. Never mention them again.
What?
Keep things humming, sweetheart, and I'll be right down to drone my way through my report on the queen bee caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You know, during the summer, when you spend so much of your time out of doors, it's important to pay special attention to the care of your hair. To keep it right in place, to help keep it from getting dry, use America's favorite hair tonic, Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Use it every day. If you've never tried it, ask for it in the 25-cent get-acquainted bottle, and ask for it by name. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all, in the adventures of Sam Spade.
To be or not to be?
Oh, hello, Sam. Hiya, Sam. How's tricks?
Oh, Effie, really, this jargon, this patois. Don't you think it's about time we spoke like educated people?
You know best, Sam.
Every time I visit one of our institutions of learning, I find out something I didn't know.
Oh, Sam, that's incredulous. Well, you just know everything.
Yeah, I guess I do when you come right down to it. The bee, for instance. Bees are a genus of insects of the Hymenopterus order.
What?
Hymenopterus. Living in society is composed of one queen, or perfect female,
a few males, or drones, and an indefinite number of undeveloped females, or neuters, which are the workers.
That's me, I suppose. A neuter.
Well, that's for you to say.
Of course.
Hey, you know what else about the bee?
What, Sam?
Confidentially, it stings. Date, July 10th, 1949. To Miss Elizabeth Cowley, Miss Wigginson School for Girls, Seacliff Drive, San Francisco. I wonder about girls sometimes. And that's bad, Effie. Bad.
Oh.
From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Queen Bee Caper. Dear Miss Cowley. I was singing a medley of sorority drinking songs as I opened the wrought iron gate, walked up the garden path, past those cast iron deer, and presented myself at the big brass bell pull beside that massive paneled door that stands guard between the outside world and your sheltered inmates. A little housemaid wearing dimity let me in and led me to your office. I sat on your chintz-covered sofa and looked at your drapes with their thriving beehive motif and waited for you with my back half turned to the open door. Yeah, hello, how are you?
All right, girls. Break it up now. Go on. Haven't you ever seen a man before? Run along now. You'll be late for physical ed. Go on, quick.
Miss Cowley?
No, I'm not Miss Cowley.
Oh, no, of course not. No, I was just hoping.
You're Mr. Spade, aren't you? Glory Thomas. I'm Miss Cowley's assistant.
Nice day, yes.
Mm-hmm. Don't bother to move. I'll lean over you.
Mm-hmm.
Put this report on her desk.
Sure.
Miss Cowley will be here in just a minute.
Thanks. So warm in here.
Next time, wear a mailman's uniform and a 50-year-old stoop. You'll find the temperature's exactly right.
Yeah. I mean, yes, ma'am.
See that you do, then. Oh, Glory. There seems to have been a misplacement of some of the hockey. Would you check on it, please?
Oh, surely. Nice to meet you, Mr. Spade.
I'm Elizabeth Cowley. You may sit down.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Spade, I'll be painfully frank with you. A thief is at large in my school.
Oh? Well, you probably have a good answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Why not call in the police?
I have a good answer, Mr. Spade. My girls come from San Francisco's finest and wealthiest families.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Wigginson has had an untarnished reputation for more than 3 generations.
I'm sure.
As headmistress, I must handle this matter with the utmost discretion. Mm-hmm. Frankly, I already know the thief. Are there any questions?
Well, only one timid one. Who is it?
I regret to say a faculty member is to blame. Glory Thomas. She was in here a minute or two ago.
Oh, really? Well, why, Miss Thomas, you find any of the loot stashed away in her room?
Well, no. No, not exactly. I haven't recovered any of the stolen articles, but I'm sure Glory's responsible. I'm certain she's the thief.
You're just sure?
I thought perhaps you might establish definite proof against Glory.
You mean you want me to frame her?
Oh, no, Mr. Spade. You misunderstand me.
I don't think so, Miss Cowley.
Oh, dear, I was afraid this would happen. I told Ursula. But then
All right, I'll ask. Who's Ursula?
Mr. Spade, I think I can trust you. It was Ursula who instructed me to call you. Ursula Kavanaugh. You know the name.
The Ursula Kavanaugh, inherited all the real estate, lives in Kavanaugh Towers penthouse, hasn't set foot out of there in 20 years?
Yes. Mrs. Kavanaugh is our school's benefactress. She is, of course, on the board of trustees. She is, moreover, a dear personal friend.
I see.
Oh, yes. We were classmates together here many years ago. Ursula's quite unlike myself. Married well, though a widow now. Rather aggressive. Frankly, she wishes to have Glory Thomas discharged. But her connection with the dismissal must not be known. Now, I don't suppose I can ask you to take the assignment now.
I'm a detective, Miss Cowley, not a frame-up artist. I had to have my name called up from the lobby, and then 2 elevator trips later, I faced her on her penthouse terrace. Ursula Kavanaugh looked like a 1910 stock company lead out of Charlie's Aunt, smoking a black Italian stogie and gripping a cane like a shillelagh. 2 men were on the receiving end of her black snake whip of a tongue. A youngish guy, stockbroker type, and an individual in a morning coat who looked practically nude without a butterfly net.
Oh, you're a fool and a nincompoop, Jelinek. I lost all patience with you ages ago. Not only are you incompetent, but you're also dishonest. Don't mind telling you that when the board of directors meets on Thursday, I intend to instruct them
Really,
to have...
Miss Cavanaugh, I've tried not to discommode you in any way. I endeavor in every detail to fulfill my responsibilities as manager of this hotel.
Don't interrupt me.
Auntie, I think you've got Jelinek and me all wrong. Now, the truth is...
Gerald, you're both a pair of thieving scoundrels. Now get out, Jelinek, before your weasel face ruins my digestion.
Very well, madam. I remain at your service.
No backbone, no spunk. And as for you, my dear nephew...
I think I'll toddle along, Auntie. I ought to get back to the office.
Control your little impulses, Gerald. I admire a little larceny in any man, but not at my expense.
I was beginning to think I'd become invisible in that rarefied penthouse atmosphere. She hadn't even blinked at me while Jelinek slunk back to the lobby and Gerald toddled along to his office. The terrace was a riot of bloom. I don't know much about flowers, but she must have had them all there. Off to one side, a little man in a blue smock puttered around a wooden structure on a stand. I'd become aware of bees humming amidst the flowers when she finally spoke to me.
You're Tom Spade, aren't you?
Sam, ma'am, the fun-loving Spade.
Picked your photograph out of the other detectives. Looked like you got spunk. Why'd you come here?
Curiosity. I met Glory Thomas out at Miss Wigginson's. I liked her. I wanted to see the type that would strong-arm her out of a job from a safe distance.
Spunky. Come over here, Mr. Spade. I want to show you something. Piggott.
Yes, ma'am.
That'll do for now. Work at the other end of the garden for the time being.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Piggott, my gardener and beekeeper. Most taciturn individual. You know what this is?
Well, I didn't, but now I can see it's a beehive.
Yes, my own beehive. Fresh honey from a tea and fruit cake every afternoon.
Fine old tradition.
Observe this hive, young man. Honeybees are the most intelligent of all insects, surpassing even the ants. And why? Because one female controls a community of many, many thousands.
I'm against it.
Yes, Mr. Spade. The queen bee reigns supreme. The males are drones, quite useless. The female workers perform all necessary labor, no waste motion, no dissension.
Well, some of my best friends are drones, and I just can't stand them.
I think you understand me, Mr. Spade. I wish Gloria Thomas removed from San Francisco for an excellent reason. My nephew, Gerald Long, the young man who just left here, has developed absurd romantic notions about her.
Yeah, so you want the romance busted up, but if you try to break it up openly, your nephew might get stubborn and even marry her. On the other hand, by framing her as a thief, you ward off the affair until you can figure out some other dirty trick.
I knew you'd understand me, Mr. Spade. I admire bluntness in moderation. Well, what do you say to joining forces with me?
Just one thing, Mrs. Cavanaugh. Nuts. Next morning, I put through a call to Miss Wigginson's School for Girls. It had been my intent to talk to you, Miss Colley, to tell you I'd left my hat in your office, but somehow I found myself talking to Glory Thomas. And somehow our talk resulted in a cocktail date at the 10 o'clock Scholar Bar and Lounge.
I shouldn't have come, of course.
Oh, exam papers to grade, no doubt?
Stacks and stacks?
Soft velvet-type hands. Well, what's this, Alan?
Stain. I teach our girls chemistry, among other things.
How about me taking on a night school class for the other thing?
You're crazy. You don't need any education.
Well, I can always use a postgraduate course.
You're really crazy, Sam. I needed this.
We'll make a night of it.
Maybe.
Gerald won't object, huh?
What's that mean? Who have you been talking to? That hateful old woman?
Mrs. Cavanaugh wants to put the boots to you, Glory. She called me in to frame you.
I could kill her.
Oh, easy now, Glory.
Don't talk to me. I thought I could take it. I thought I could be patient and wait while Jerry ironed everything out. But not now, though. I hate that selfish, domineering old woman. I hate her nephew, and I hate you.
Well, that'll do to start with, honey. Now let's get down my list. I hate...
Oh, let me go. I've had all I can take for one night.
Wait a minute, Glory. Hey, you forgot your bag. Hey! She disappeared around the corner as I came out into the street. It was starting to rain. As I stepped off the curb, I slipped and turned my ankle. As I limped onto Montgomery Street, I saw her disappearing into one of the tall buildings on my side of the street. It could have been the Cavanaugh Towers. I step and a half into the lobby thereof a few minutes later. As I came in, Jelinek, the manager, was getting off the elevator. He swatted himself several times in the neck and then went into a door marked private. No trace of Glory in the lobby. I looked in the bar. She wasn't there, but Albert Piggott, the beekeeper, was having a stinger.
Oop. Now I'm beginning to feel good. Hey, who's this? I know that. Why, it's Mr. Spade, sit down, Mr.
I don't have
Spade.
time just now, Mr. Piggott. Tell me.
Sit down, sit down.
Oh, easy.
I'm fired. Have you heard? I'm fired. Just a worker out of work. Turned out by the Queen Bee.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Piggott. I imagine Mrs. Kavanaugh wasn't too easy to work for.
I told her to keep away from the bees when I wasn't there. Well, she's gone and disobeyed me. One of the workers must have stung her. She's got a temper, you know. Ooh, my. Must have smashed the eye with her stick, bees, whoever, and all over. And then she fired me.
When was this, and why did she fire you?
Just now, maybe half an hour ago. I knocked, and then there wasn't any answer, and then I let myself in. It was all dark. I couldn't even see her. Heard the bees, of course, but couldn't... Ooh, I'm sorry. And I said, Mrs. Kavanaugh, you disobeyed me. And in this awful voice, she said, Mr. Piggott, you're fired. Get out. This awful voice from the dark. And Mr. Piggott, mind you. Never before, just Piggott this and Piggott that. And hey, where are you going? Hey!
I didn't bother to stop at the desk to get myself announced. I took the passenger elevator, then operated the penthouse elevator myself. No hands. Nobody answered my ring. The door was unlocked. I went inside. Crossed through the empty apartment to the terrace. The rain had just stopped, and the sunset got a sudden shaft. First I heard it, the humming of swarming bees. Then I saw the overturned beehive. Then I saw Ursula Kavanaugh sprawled back in her chair, her stick and Italian stogie on the floor, while the bees clustered greedily over the fruitcake and honey set out on the table. I wondered if those most intelligent of all insects had the answer to Shakespeare's question, "O death, where is thy sting?"
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Queen Bee Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Miss Wigginson. Miss Cowley speaking.
Sam Spade.
Oh, yes. You shouldn't have gone to see Mrs. Kavanaugh.
I didn't make any promises, ma'am.
Ursula was quite upset by your visit. Called me after you left her. Quite angry about it, Mr. Spade.
Oh?
She wanted to see me today. Our weekly half-day holiday, you know. But I simply couldn't face her. I'm sorry if I sound... I finally managed to doze off after everyone left for the afternoon. Have you called before?
No, this is the first time. I'm at Mrs. Kavanaugh's place right now.
Indeed. Does Ursula wish to talk to me?
She can't.
I beg your pardon?
It might be a good idea if you'd come over here, Miss Cowley. Mrs. Kavanaugh's dead.
What was that?
Mrs. Kavanaugh's dead. And since you're her oldest and closest friend...
Yes, Mrs. Spade. I'll come immediately.
Well, you came on over, Miss Cowley, but meanwhile nephew Gerald Long arrived, also Piggott, whom I called down at the bar and who sobered up with remarkable rapidity on hearing the news. Gerald was shaken up by his great aunt's demise. We waited for the family doctor to arrive and watched Piggott entice the bees back into the hive. You turned up soon after and tried to soothe Gerald's nerves. The hotel manager, Jelinek, also flooded in. The doctor diagnosed cause of death as shock from formic acid, the secretion bees inject into the bloodstream with their stingers. We all stood around thinking our various thoughts as the doc voiced this verdict. Piggott was the one who voiced an epitaph.
She really knew nothing about bees, you know. The queen bee was all important, she thought. But there's always a rebel in every hive. The queen bee is always deposed sooner or later. The worker bees go on and on, but the queen bee can't reign forever.
After that, we all left and went our various ways. Poor old Piggott shouldn't have said that, but he must have been a lot drunker than he seemed, because he was found next morning in his garden in Marin County beside his overturned beehive, a victim like his late employer of fatal bee stings.
That'll make you a fool if you think you'll get away with this.
Don't threaten me, Mr. Long. I've been bullied long enough. I don't intend to lose my position here now Mrs. Kavanaugh's gone. I've taken all I could stand from her, and I don't intend to let you walk all over me.
I'll do whatever I think needs to be done, Jelinek. So if you're trying to insinuate
I
that
can cause you as much trouble as you cause me, maybe more. With what I found out about you now.
Here. Go on, beat it before I break. How did you get in here, Spade?
Door was open.
Well, if you're here to collect any kind of bill, I want to know what services you rendered.
Nothing's rendered yet. But I figured you might like to know that Aunt Ursula was murdered.
Murdered? You can't say that. Not in my hotel.
Shut up, Jelinek. You need proof to back that up, Spade.
I've got it. Piggott.
What? Piggott's dead.
How do you know?
His doctor just called me.
Yeah. Well, that's why I know your aunt was murdered. I've just been out to Marin, had quite a session with that doctor.
Well, where's your proof, man? Who'd want to kill her?
Well, oh, stop it. Practically everybody who knew her.
Really, now, I must protest this disrespect to the members
Shut
of the...
Go on, Spade. Go on. Start getting specific.
Well, specifically, Piggott's doctor, because of what I suggested, examined the dead man again, found the mark of a hypodermic, plus the fact that a concentrated solution of formic acid killed Piggott. Piggott's next-door neighbor said he'd been stung as often as 10 and 12 times a day. That meant he'd built up a certain immunization to bee sting.
Are you suggesting that someone murdered him with an injection of commercial formic acid?
I thought I'd made that fairly clear.
And what would the motive be?
To keep him from talking about his employer's murder.
I see. Well, is that all?
Yeah, except that his neighbor told me somebody answering your description called on him this afternoon.
Mike? Oh. Well, yes, but Spade, look here, I can explain that.
Allow me. Hello.
Gerald, hello, darling. I'll be through in about an hour. Just got to check supplies in Chem Lab, and then I'll be home and show you what a cook I am. You better be pretty.
I'm sorry, just a second. Here's Gerald. For you, Gerald, your wife.
Oh. Hold on a second, honey. Spade, look here now. You can't drag her into this thing.
When did you get married?
Yesterday afternoon.
Husband and wife. No testifying, huh? Well, I don't think I'll need your testimony. Jelinek's face fell 4 inches into his ascot tie as he heard himself lose exclusive hush money rights to the above information. Pausing only to enjoy a hearty laugh at his discomfiture, I went on to my next and final port of call, Miss Wigginson's School for Girls. This time there was no girlish tittering as I entered Miss Colley. No dewy young Amazons clutching hockey sticks in their grubby little hands. For a very good reason, as you told me.
My girls are dismissed for the day, Mr. Spade. Because of poor Ursula, of course. Really disrupts our routine. First our weekly half-day holiday yesterday, and now today.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to Miss Thomas in the chemistry lab she is, I think.
Very well. I'll take you to her. She knows nothing of our first meeting.
I've talked to her.
Oh, well, in here.
Yes? Oh. What do you want?
Thought we might talk.
There's nothing to talk about.
Well, we could talk about this hypodermic
Put
needle.
that down. I'm using it for an experiment.
Or, how about a formula, HCOOH or CH2O2?
What? That's formic acid.
Mm-hmm. Miss Colley, you said yesterday was a half-day holiday. Did Miss Thomas stay here in school?
Why, no. She rarely does on Wednesday afternoon.
That's why Mrs. Cavanaugh had a visitor, didn't she, Glory?
Did she?
After you ran away from me?
All right. I did go up to see her.
I was so mad about what you told me, I intended to hand in my resignation and give her a piece of my mind, and but she was dead when I got there.
Oh, Glory, no.
And I just got panic-stricken and ran.
Yeah, murder's a pretty scary thing.
Murder? What do you mean, Mr. Spade?
Mrs. Kavanaugh died from a hypodose of formic acid. Somebody familiar with chemistry would use that method.
Then that could mean...
The acid could be made up in this lab. The hypodermic could be this one here.
I didn't kill her. I didn't.
You say you were scared. You were so scared you ran all the way to City Hall and married her nephew.
So you found out?
Jellyneck found out first. He intended to squeal with the old lady, but she was dead when he got back. He knew her will disinherited Gerald if he married without her auntie's approval while she was still alive.
We married after she was dead. But that didn't matter. After I saw you, I told Jerry if he was any sort of man, he'd marry me, will or no will. He did.
And yet this morning he drove over to Marin County to see old Piggott.
You think he was trying to shield me. I tell you, she was dead when I got into that room. I don't know anything about Piggott.
One moment. I believe I recall that Mr. Piggott said Ursula spoke to him when she discharged him. Glory, you must be mistaken about the time you entered that room. She couldn't have already been dead because...
Yes, she could have and was. The killer was almost caught by Piggott. She hid behind the curtain in the dark and spoke to him. Miss Kavanaugh was already dead, but...
I see. Mr. Piggott thought it was Ursula's voice, but it was yours, Glory.
No, it was yours, Miss Carley.
What?
You committed both murders. You had access to the murder weapon. You had the half-day holiday to do it in.
Mr. Spade...
Even at that moment, the finishing school schoolmarm had to say Mr. Piggott.
Well, I'm not sorry for it. Ursula misused her power shamefully.
And now the queen bees deposed again.
You're brighter than most men, Mr. Spade. You, too, understood the significance of Mr. Piggott's remarks last night.
Yeah, I could have been a little brighter, a little sooner. You helped give yourself away when you asked me if I'd called you earlier yesterday afternoon.
Why, Sam? How could she?
Well, Kavanaugh bullied her since childhood. Then you came on the staff and your ability scared her. The queen bee being deposed and whatnot. When Kavanaugh wanted you framed, she saw a chance to get rid of both of you. She hoped her murder would look like an accident, but if it was recognized as murder, you'd be the logical suspect.
Oh, you're much too clever, Mr. Spade. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, let's. It's up to those drones at homicide from here on in. Period and a report.
Sam?
Yes, Evie?
How come Gerald went out to see Mr. Piggott?
Well, Gerald didn't care about the will, but he didn't want to boot a fortune out the window either. Glory hadn't told him she'd seen his aunt, so he called on Piggott to find out when Piggott last saw Auntie alive. Go type that up. I am completely well, and when you return, we shall Indian wrestle.
Certainly, Sam.
And now, listen to this. Shopping note. Tonight or tomorrow, get a family-sized bottle or handy tube of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's favorite hair tonic.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee and Pierre Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you transcribed by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy reminding you to get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting